Have you ever paused to consider just how much weight you carry around with you, invisible but heavy, until the very moment you decide to set it down? Hello, my old friends. I am so glad you have found your way back here. I'm glad you found the time, or perhaps that you simply made the time to carve out this little hollow in the side of the day. It is not always an easy thing to do. The world has a way of clinging to us, doesn't it? It has a sticky sort of persistence. It pulls at our sleeves and demands our attention, insisting that everything is urgent, that everything is loud, and that everything must be handled right this second. But here, in this space we create together, none of that is true. Come in. Please, come all the way in. Don't just stand in the doorway with one foot still on the pavement of the rush hour and the deadlines. Step fully into the room. Imagine, if you will, a heavy oak door behind you. It's solid, thick, and reassuring. Now reach out in your mind and push it closed. Hear that click? That is the sound of the world being put on pause. That is the sound of permission. Tonight, we are going to talk about the dream weaver's whimsy. But before we can even approach the loom where dreams are spun, we have to prepare the thread. And the thread is you. It is your state of mind. It is the quiet that lives underneath the noise, waiting for you to notice it. I want you to think about the day you just had. Maybe it was a good day, filled with small victories and sunshine. Maybe it was a hard day, one that felt like walking uphill in the rain. Or perhaps it was just a blur, one of those days that evaporates before you can even get a handle on what happened. Whatever it was, I want you to visualize it as a heavy winter coat. You know the kind I mean. A coat made of thick wool, sodden with the dampness of the outdoors, weighted down with items in the pockets, keys, receipts, worries, obligations. You have been wearing this coat for 12, maybe 14 hours. It has protected you, certainly. It kept you warm. It kept you professional. It gave you a layer of armor against the elements. But you are inside. Now, the fire is lit. The kettle is whistling low and steady. You do not need the armor anymore. So, let's go through the motion. You and I. Visualize reaching up to the collar. Feel the phantom weight of it on your shoulders. Now, shrug. Let gravity take it. Feel that slide, that immense relief as the heavy fabric slips down your arms and falls away. Breathe. Take a breath that goes all the way down to the bottom of your ribs. Hold it there for just a heartbeat, acknowledging that you are safe, you are warm, and you are done. Then let it out. Do you feel that slight tingling in your trapezius muscles? That is your body remembering that it doesn't have to hold the sky up anymore. I love this time of day. I call it the blue hour, regardless of what the clock actually says. It's that metaphorical time when the hard, bright edges of the afternoon soften into something impressionistic. It's the time for softer fabrics and lower lights. I often think that we underestimate the power of texture in our daily lives. We spend so much of our time touching plastic, keyboards, phone screens, steering wheels. Hard, unyielding, cold surfaces. But tonight, I want you to focus on the soft things. Think about the feeling of flannel against your skin, or the cool, smooth surface of a clean pillowcase. Think about the way a favorite pair of socks feels when you pull them on after a long day in stiff shoes. These aren't just physical sensations. They are signals. They are a tactile language that tells your nervous system, we are safe, we are home. As we settle in, I want to invite you to look around this imaginary room we share. It's not cluttered, but it is full. It is full of the things that bring comfort. There are shelves of books that smell like vanilla and old paper. There is a rug that is deep enough to sink your toes into. There is a window, and outside, the weather is doing exactly what you love most. Maybe it's a gentle, rhythmic rain tapping against the glass. Maybe it's a silent snowfall muffling the world in white velvet. Maybe it's just a clear, starry night with a breeze that smells of jasmine and damp earth. Whatever is outside, it stays outside. We are cocooned in the amber glow of a single lamp. This transition from the doing human to the being human is what I call the weaver's threshold. It's a concept I've been thinking about a lot lately. We tend to think of sleep as a switch, something we flip off. We work, and then we crash. But that's jarring, isn't it? That's like slamming the brakes on a highway. The Dreamweaver doesn't work that way. The Weaver knows that the best transition is a gradient. A slow fade. Think about how a sunset works. It doesn't turn from noon to midnight in a second. It goes through gold, then orange, then a bruised purple, then a deep navy, and finally black. It takes its time. It puts on a show. It respects the process of change. Why do we not offer ourselves the same courtesy? So, as you listen to my voice, I want you to treat this time as your personal sunset. We are currently in the golden hour. We are just sitting, reflecting, letting the dust motes dance in the light. I want to ask you about the small things that anchored you today. In the rush of the big things, the meetings, the traffic, the news, did you notice the small things? Did you see the way the light hit a puddle on the sidewalk? Did you drink a cup of coffee and actually taste it, picking out the notes of chocolate or hazelnut? Or did you just drink it for the caffeine? It's okay if you didn't. We often miss them. We live in a culture of efficiency, and noticing the way a shadow falls across a table is rarely considered efficient. But those moments are the raw material for the dream weaver. When we sleep, when we drift off into that whimsical landscape of the mind, our brain takes the scraps of the day, the colors, the sounds, the feelings, and it weaves them into a new tapestry. If we only feed it stress and screens, the tapestry is threadbare and gray. But if we give it moments of beauty, moments of softness, the weaver has something magnificent to work with. Let's cultivate some of that raw material right now. I want you to become hyper-aware of your own comfort. Adjust your position. If you are lying down, wiggle your toes. Feel the mattress supporting your spine. If you are sitting, let your hands rest heavy in your lap. Unclench your jaw. It's amazing how much tension we hold in the jaw, isn't it? Let your tongue fall away from the roof of your mouth. Smooth out the space between your eyebrows. Imagine that relaxation is a warm liquid, something like honey or warm tea, and it is being poured over the crown of your head. Feel it moving slowly down. It coats your forehead, soothing the worry lines. It moves over your eyes, making the lids feel heavy and pleasant. It flows down your neck, dissolving the knots that gathered there while you were looking at your phone or driving your car. It flows over your shoulders, down your arms, all the way to your fingertips. Whatever you are holding on to, mentally or physically, let your grip loosen. Open your hands. Let it drop. You know, there is a specific kind of magic in the ordinary. We are often told to look for the extraordinary, the grand adventures, the mountaintop moments. And those are wonderful, of course. But there is a quiet, resilient majesty in the daily ritual of rest. Think about the cup you use for your evening tea or water. Maybe it's a chipped mug you've had since college. Maybe it's a delicate glass. Think about the history in that object. It has been with you through quiet mornings and lonely nights. It is a silent witness to your life. There is a comfort in that continuity. Think about the sound of your own home settling at night, the creak of a floorboard, the hum of the refrigerator. These aren't just noises. They are the heartbeat of your sanctuary. They are the sounds of a machine that is working to keep you fed and sheltered. I find that when I really tune into these small, domestic frequencies, the volume of the outside world naturally turns down. The anxiety about tomorrow's to-do list begins to feel very far away, like a radio station drifting out of range as you drive into the valleys. Right now, there is no tomorrow, and there is no yesterday. There is only now. There is only the rise and fall of your chest. There is only the feeling of the surface beneath you. There is only the safety of this moment. You have permission to be unproductive. That is a radical sentence in our day and age, isn't it? I will say it again. You have permission to be unproductive. You do not need to earn your rest. You do not need to justify your stillness. The simple fact that you exist is enough reason for you to deserve peace. The dream weaver is waiting in the wings, holding a spool of silver thread, ready to take you on a journey. But the weaver is patient. The weaver knows that you cannot force whimsy. You have to invite it. You have to create a landing strip of calm for it to touch down upon. So, let's widen our imagination a little bit. I want to tell you a story, or perhaps paint you a picture. It is a story about a place that exists somewhere between the ticking clock and the subconscious mind. It is the workshop of the dream weaver. But to get there, we have to walk down a long, quiet hallway in your mind. Imagine this hallway. It is lined with windows. As you walk past the first window, you see your morning. You see the alarm clock, the rush, the breakfast. You look at it with kindness, but you keep walking. You leave it behind. You walk past the second window, and you see your afternoon. The emails, the errands, the bright sun. You nod to it, acknowledging it happened, but you keep walking. You leave that behind too. You walk past the third window, and you see your evening. The dinner, the chores, the conversation. It is closer, but it is still in the past. You walk past it. Now, at the end of the hallway, there is a door. It is slightly ajar. A soft, warm light is spilling out from the cracks, pooling on the floorboards. It smells like lavender and old paper and rain on pavement. This is the entrance to the dream weaver's whimsy. Can you feel yourself getting lighter as you approach it? The closer you get to that door, the more the logic of the day begins to unravel. And that is a good thing. We hold on to logic so tightly, don't we? We want things to make sense. We want A to lead to B. But in the realm of rest, logic is a constriction. It's a tight collar. Here, at the threshold, we can loosen that collar. We can let A lead to blue. We can let up lead to sideways. We can let the heavy coat of making sense fall to the floor right next to the coat of responsibility. The weaver's room is a place of gentle absurdities and comforting nonsense. It is a place where gravity is a suggestion, not a law. It is a place where time loops and stretches like taffy. Are you ready to peek inside? I want you to take one more deep breath, and as you exhale, imagine your hand reaching out to the handle of that door. The metal is cool under your palm. You push. The hinges make no sound. The door swings open effortlessly, and just like that, you step through. The air here is different. It is thicker, richer. It feels like swimming in warm water. The light is dim and golden, coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The room is filled with shelves, floor to ceiling, stacked with jars of moments, spools of color, and fabrics of memory. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Before we explore the shelves, let's just stand here in the entrance for a moment. Let's just bask in the stillness. You know, there is a distinct difference between quiet and silence. Quiet is just the absence of noise, but silence? Silence is a presence. It is a heavy, comforting blanket. In this room, the silence is thick. It wraps around you. It hums against your skin. This is the weaver's sanctuary, and now it is yours. So, settle in deeper. Pull the covers up a little higher if you need to. Let your eyes close if they haven't already. We have nowhere else to be. The world outside has continued on its spinning way, and it will be there when you return. But for now, you have hopped off the carousel. You are standing on solid ground. Let's stay here for a while. Just breathing, just being, just waiting to see what thread the weaver will pull first. And that first thread is usually a trick of the light. Have you noticed how the air changes before the sky does? It's not quite a color yet. It's a texture. The sharp, demanding clarity of the afternoon starts to lose its edge. It's as if someone has taken a piece of fine grit sandpaper to the hard corners of reality, smoothing them down, making everything just a little bit softer to the touch. If you look out the window right now, or even if you just close your eyes and remember the last time you watched a sunset, you can feel that shift. The sun has done its heavy lifting. It has spent hours bleaching the pavement and making the shadows hide under cars and awnings. But now, it's clocking out. It's retreating. And there is such a profound beauty in that retreat. We often talk about the glory of the sunrise, the promise of the new day, the hustle and the grind. But we don't give enough credit to the grace of the exit, the way the day simply bows out without a fight, yielding the floor to the evening. Watch the light as it begins to pool on the floorboards or creep up the wall. It turns into that distinct, thick honey gold. Photographers call it the golden hour, but I like to think of it as the world's final deep breath before it exhales. Everything it touches looks a little bit nostalgic, doesn't it? Even a pile of laundry or a stack of unread mail looks somewhat noble when it's bathed in that amber glow. It's the weaver's first bit of whimsy, taking the mundane, the messy, the unfinished business of our lives and gilding it, telling us that it's okay to leave it there. It's okay to let it be still. As that gold deepens and begins to bruise into purple and navy. The sounds of the world start to change gears. Listen close. Earlier, the traffic was a frantic, staccato rhythm, horns, engines revving, the aggressive sound of people running late. Now, it transforms into a drone. It becomes a steady, distant hum. It's the sound of the world going home. It's a communal migration. There's something oddly comforting about knowing that millions of other people are doing exactly what you are doing right now, loosening a tie, kicking off shoes that pinch, or simply tossing keys into a bowl. That collective clatter of the day ending is a rhythm all its own. And then there are the closer sounds, the neighborhood sounds. The birds are the town criers of the dusk. They have this specific chatter that only happens right now. It's not the cheerful waking up song of the morning. It's more organized, more urgent. They're doing their head count, skirmishing for the best branch, settling disputes before tucking their heads under their wings. It's a chaotic, noisy bedtime routine that mirrors our own houses sometimes. And then, suddenly, they stop. Have you ever noticed that? 1 minute it's a cacophony in the trees, and the next, silence. The weaver pulls the thread tight, and the curtain falls. In that silence, the smaller sounds amplify. You might hear the hum of your refrigerator more clearly. You might hear the settling of the house, the creak of a floorboard as the temperature drops, the pipes ticking as they cool down. These aren't spooky sounds. They are the sounds of a building relaxing. Even the architecture knows it's time to rest. This is the time of day when we exist in the in-between. We are technically no longer in the day, but we haven't quite surrendered to the night. It's a liminal space. The French have a phrase for it. L'heure entre chien et loup, the hour between dog and wolf. It refers to the twilight when the light is so dim you can't distinguish a domestic dog from a wild wolf. It sounds ominous, but I find it magical. It's the time when definitions blur. The rigid labels we wear, employee, boss, problem solver, driver, they start to get fuzzy around the edges. We become less of what we do and more of who we simply are. Let's watch the color drain out of the grass. The vibrant green turns to gray, then to black. The trees become silhouettes, intricate paper cutouts pasted against a sky that is rapidly losing its saturation. This is the visual cue for your brain to switch modes. Biology is a powerful thing. For thousands of years, this dimming light was the signal to seek safety, to find warmth, to gather with your tribe. Your body still remembers that feeling of heaviness in your eyelids, the slight drop in your body temperature, the instinctive desire to wrap your hands around a warm mug. That is ancient programming. It's the weaver whispering to your DNA, telling you that the hunt is over. And as the natural light fades, the artificial stars begin to wake up. This is one of my favorite parts of the transition. Look down the street. One by one, the windows of the houses light up. It's not synchronized. It's a staggered, random sequence. A yellow square here, a bluish flicker of a television there. Each one is a little vignette of life. Someone is cooking dinner, someone is reading, someone is arguing, someone is laughing. From the outside, in the dusk, they all look like lanterns. It's a reminder that we are all in our separate little vessels, floating on the same tide of time. There is a distinct shift in energy now. Can you feel it in your own body? The tension that you've been carrying in your shoulders, holding them up like earrings all day, starts to dissolve. Gravity seems to get a little stronger, pulling you deeper into your chair. It's a safe gravity. It's not weighing you down, it's grounding you. It's telling you, you don't need to go anywhere else. You have arrived. This is the hour of permission. During the high sun, we are governed by the clock. We are governed by the shoulds. I should be working. I should be exercising. I should be calling that person back. But as the shadows lengthen and merge into one big embrace, the shoulds lose their power. The day is done. What you haven't finished cannot be finished now. The emails will wait. The dust bunnies under the sofa aren't going anywhere. The dusk grants you a pardon. It says, enough. I love the ritual of closing the curtains or lowering the blinds. It's such a simple, physical act, but it carries so much symbolic weight. You are literally shutting out the world. You are drawing a boundary. You are saying, everything outside of this glass is for tomorrow. Everything inside is for me. It turns your home into a cocoon. The scale of your world shrinks from the size of the planet down to the size of a room. And that is a very manageable size. It's a size that fits a human soul. Now, the light outside is that deep, saturated indigo, the blue hour. It's brief, fleeting, and achingly beautiful. It's the color of a bruise, but also the color of the ocean at its deepest point. It feels like the air itself has become water, thick and cool. If you were outside, you'd smell the dampness rising from the earth. You'd smell the cooling asphalt, that specific city summer scent. Or maybe the wood smoke if it's colder. The nose wakes up as the eyes go to sleep. Inside, we manufacture our own suns. We turn on the lamps, not the big overhead light. Never the big light if we can help it. That's too harsh, too interrogating for this time of day. We want the pools of light, the table lamp with the warm shade that casts a golden circle on the rug, the reading light, the soft glow of the stove hood. These little islands of illumination are where the weaver starts to spin the stories. Think about the conversations that happen in this half-light. They are different from the morning conversations. Morning talk is logistical, schedules, coffee orders, keys, weather. Evening talk, dusk talk, is slower. It meanders. It's reflective. How was your day? Is the opening line, but it often leads to thoughts that have been tumbling around in the back of the mind, waiting for the noise to stop so they can be heard. Or maybe there is no talk at all. Maybe there is just the companionable silence of sharing a space with someone, or with a pet, or just with yourself. That silence is a texture too. It's velvet. I think this transition is essential for our dreams. You can't just crash into sleep from a dead run. Well, you can, but it's rarely restful. The mind needs this runway. It needs this decompression chamber. The weaver needs time to set the stage. The whimsy can't happen if the logic centers are still firing on all cylinders. We have to bore the logic to sleep. We have to let the analytical mind look around, see the darkness, see the lack of data, and decide to clock out. Only then can the subconscious creep out from the wings. So, notice the shadows in the corner of the room. Notice how they aren't empty darkness. They are full of potential. In the daylight, a coat rack is just a coat rack. In the dusk, it's a looming figure, a tree, a sentinel. A pile of books becomes a cityscape. The mundane objects of your life are beginning to unshackle themselves from their definitions. They are preparing to become props in your dreams. The weaver is inspecting them, deciding which ones to use tonight. Will he use the sound of the dripping faucet? Will he use the image of the stranger you passed on the street? Will he use the feeling of the wind you felt earlier? They are all going into the basket, the raw materials of the night. Take a deep breath. Let it fill your lungs completely, expanding your ribs, and then let it out slowly, longer than the inhale. Feel that? That is your internal dusk. That is your body mimicking the world outside. You are syncing up. You are winding down. The carousel has stopped. The music has faded. The lights are dimming. You are no longer a worker, a doer, a solver. You are a listener. You are an observer. You are a vessel waiting to be filled with the strange and wonderful narratives of the night. The transition is almost complete. The blue hour has faded into true black. The window is no longer a view of the outside world. It has become a mirror, reflecting you back to yourself, ghostly and faint against the night. The day has officially retreated. It has packed its bags and moved on to the next time zone, taking its noise and its glare with it. You are left in the quiet aftermath, and it is a good place to be. It is a safe harbor. So, as we sit here in this constructed twilight, letting the energy settle, we prepare to let go of the conscious control we grip so tightly. The weaver is stepping closer. He's looking at the threads of your day, the golden ones of joy, the gray ones of boredom, the red ones of stress, and he's starting to weave them into something new, something that doesn't make sense and doesn't have to. The night has fully embraced us now. The transition is done. We have crossed the bridge from the solid ground of the day to the misty shores of the evening. And the water is calm. And now that the water is calm, and the boat of our consciousness is drifting gently away from the shore of obligations, we can look back at the coastline of the day we just left behind. But I don't want you to look at the mountains of work, or the jagged cliffs of difficult conversations, or the flat, gray plains of boredom. From this distance, in the soft, forgiving light of the dream weaver's realm, I want us to look for the glimmers. It's time to sift through the hours. Imagine you are panning for gold in a riverbed. You scoop up a heavy pan full of sand and gravel. That's the noise of the day, the traffic, the emails, the rushing around. You swirl it around in the water, letting the heavy, useless debris wash away. And what are you left with? If you look closely, really closely, they're tiny specks of gold dust at the bottom of the pan. These are the tiny treasures. The blink and you'll miss them moments that actually make up the fabric of a good life. We often convince ourselves that joy has to be loud. We wait for the promotion, the vacation, the wedding, the lottery win. We wait for the fireworks. But the dream weaver knows that a tapestry isn't made of fireworks. It's made of thousands of individual, slender threads. And the strongest, brightest threads are often the thinnest ones. Think about this morning. Before the momentum of the schedule took over, was there a moment of stillness? Maybe it was the ritual of your morning beverage. Let's go back there for a second. It doesn't matter if it was coffee, tea, or just a glass of cold water. Recall the weight of the cup in your hand. There is something grounding about ceramics, isn't there? The way the handle fits on your finger, the heat radiating through the wall of the mug and warming your palm. There is a specific kind of magic in the steam rising from a hot cup. It dances. It twists and curls in the air, a miniature weather system right there in your kitchen. Maybe you took a sip, and for 3 or 4 seconds you weren't a parent, or an employee, or a student. You were just a living being experiencing warmth and taste. That silence, right before the first sip and right after it, that was a treasure. It was a tiny pocket of peace sewn into the lining of the morning. As the day moved on, maybe you stepped outside. Do you remember the light? It changes so much from season to season, but even on a gray day, there is texture to the sky. Perhaps you saw the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves of a tree, creating that dappled, moving pattern on the sidewalk. The Japanese have a word for that: komorebi. It's such a specific, beautiful thing. Yet millions of people walk past it every day without lifting their heads. But maybe today you noticed. Maybe you saw how the light hit a brick wall and turned it a deep, burnt orange. Or maybe it was the way a puddle reflected the clouds, bringing the sky down to the earth for just a moment. If you noticed that, you collected a treasure. The dream weaver loves these observations. He takes that flicker of dappled light and uses it to weave the background of a pleasant dream. He takes the orange glow of the brick wall and uses it to warm the atmosphere of your sleep. Then there are the human moments. These are often the easiest to overlook because we are so focused on the transaction of communication. What needs to be said, what needs to be done. But think about the margins of those interactions. Did you share a laugh with someone today? I don't mean a polite chuckle to smooth over a social awkwardness. I mean a real, genuine spark of humor. Maybe it was a coworker making a dry observation, or a friend sending a meme that hit perfectly, or just something absurd happening on the street that made you catch the eye of a stranger and smile. That shared look, that unspoken "did you see that?" is a powerful connector. It reminds us that we aren't isolated bubbles floating through the world. We are part of a massive, tangled web of humanity. That split second of connection is a tiny treasure. It's a golden thread. It weighs nothing, costs nothing, but it anchors us. And what about the animals? The pets, the birds, the squirrels. If you have a dog or a cat, think about one specific thing they did today. Not the general idea of them, but a moment. Maybe it was the way your dog sighed, that heavy, contented exhale they do when they finally settle into their bed. It's a sound of pure safety. To hear another creature feel that safe in your presence is a gift. Or maybe it was the way a cat stretched, extending every claw and limb in a display of absolute luxury before curling back into a ball. Watching an animal rest is a vicarious form of relaxation. It gives us permission to slow down, too. If you paused to scratch behind an ear or just watch a bird hop along a fence, you stepped out of the human time of clocks and deadlines and into nature time, which is always right now. Let's move to later in the day. The afternoon slump or the commute home. These are usually the parts of the day we try to fast forward through. But even here, there are treasures buried in the mundane. Think about the feeling of taking off your shoes. It's such a cliché, but it's a cliché for a reason. That moment of release, the physical sensation of your feet expanding, pressing against the cool floor or a soft rug. It is the body's signal that the hunt is over, the gathering is done, and the sanctuary has been reached. That feeling of, I am home and I don't have to go back out, is profound. It's a heavy, velvet curtain dropping between you and the world. And then the quiet moments of solitude. Maybe you stood by a window today, just for a minute. You looked out at the street or the yard or the skyline. You weren't looking for anything in particular. You were just letting your eyes rest at a distance, watching the cars go by, watching the wind push the branches around. In that moment, you were the observer, not the participant. There is a deep peace in simply bearing witness to the world carrying on. It takes the weight off your shoulders. You realize the world spins without you pushing it. You can just stand at the window and breathe. That breath, that was a treasure. We also find these treasures in sensory textures. The crispness of an apple, the smell of old paper in a book, the scent of rain hitting dry pavement, petrichor, the feeling of fresh sheets against your skin, the sound of a distant train whistle or the hum of the refrigerator. These aren't grand events. They wouldn't make it into a biography, but they are the sensory inputs that tell us we are alive. The dream weaver collects these sensory details like a magpie collecting shiny objects. He doesn't care about your quarterly report or your to-do list. He cares about how the velvet felt on your fingertips. He cares about the smell of the toasted bread. He cares about the melody of the song you hummed while folding laundry. Whatever that song was, let it play in your mind now. Just the chorus, or even just the rhythm. Music is one of the ultimate carriers of tiny treasures. It can change the lighting of a room without flipping a switch. If you heard a song today that made you tap your foot or made your chest feel a little lighter, hold on to that. That's a gem. Now, as you lie here, I want you to mentally open your hands. Imagine you are holding a small wooden box. This is your treasure chest for the day. It's not very big, and it doesn't need to be. Into this box, place the steam from your morning tea. Place the dappled sunlight on the sidewalk. Place the stranger's smile. Place the sound of the rain. Place the feeling of your shoes coming off. Place the contented sigh of the dog. Do you see? The box is full. You thought you had just an ordinary, perhaps even tiring day. You thought nothing special happened. But when you sift through the sand, you find you are rich in moments. These tiny treasures are the antidote to the vastness of the dark. The night can feel huge and overwhelming, but these small, bright sparks of memory serve as a nightlight. They remind us that the world is tactile and kind and filled with small wonders waiting to be noticed. The dream weaver takes this box from you now. He accepts it with gratitude. He opens the lid and tips the contents out onto his loom. The steam becomes a mist that softens the edges of your dreams. The sunlight becomes a warm blanket. The quiet moments become the foundation of your rest. He is showing you that you don't need to do anything grand to earn a good sleep. You just need to have lived, to have noticed, to have felt. The day is done, and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was a collection of miracles, disguised as ordinary seconds. As you let go of the need to evaluate the day, you can settle into the pure sensation of the now, the ultimate tiny treasure. The feeling of the mattress supporting your spine, the weight of the duvet, the coolness of the pillow, the rhythm of your own breath, in and out. This moment right here is the best one of all. There is nowhere to go. There is nothing to see. There is only the comfort of being safe, warm, and ready to drift. The dream weaver is working his shuttle back and forth, back and forth. The rhythm is hypnotic. He is weaving the small smiles and the quiet pauses into a landscape where you can wander freely. He is taking the nothing much of your day and turning it into the everything of your dreams. So, let the small things be enough. Let the memory of a single drop of rain on a window pane be the mesmerizing focal point that lulls you under. Let the echo of a laugh be the sound that guides you into the velvet dark. The day has been distilled down to its essence. The noise is gone. The gold dust remains, and in the glow of those tiny treasures, the darkness isn't scary. It's just a soft, warm shadow wrapping around you like a familiar coat. You are entering the gallery of small joys now. The exhibits are simple. A leaf, a cup, a smile, a cloud. And as you walk past them, deeper and deeper into the gallery, the lights dim one by one, until there is only the soft, rhythmic hum of the loom and the peaceful, heavy feeling of sleep taking hold. And in that rhythmic hum, if you listen closely, you can almost perceive a presence. Not a person exactly, and certainly nothing scary or demanding. It is more like a function of the mind that has decided to put on a pair of comfortable slippers and get to work. Let's call this presence the Dream Weaver. Now, I don't mean a magical little creature from a fairy tale with a pointed hat, though if that is the image that brings you comfort, by all means, let it be so. But I like to think of the Dream Weaver as a quiet, gentle impulse within us. It is the curator of the quiet hours, the caretaker of our internal world, who clocks in just as our conscious mind clocks out. It is a whimsical idea, I know, but sometimes whimsy is the softest place to rest your head. Imagine that all day long you have been collecting threads. You probably didn't even notice you were doing it. It's just the natural consequence of being awake and moving through the world. Every interaction, every fleeting thought, every sensory detail, they are all raw materials. Think about the morning. Maybe you stood in the kitchen waiting for the kettle to boil. That few minutes of standing there, staring out the window at a gray sky or a patch of sunlight on the neighbor's fence, that is a thread. It's a quiet, slate-colored piece of yarn. Then perhaps you had a moment of rushing, looking for your keys, feeling that slight prickle of adrenaline and annoyance. That's a thread too, a little jagged, maybe a bit bright and frantic, like a neon string that's got a knot in it. Later, you might have shared a laugh with a friend or a coworker, a genuine chest-lightening laugh. That is a beautiful thread, silky, golden, strong. Or maybe you saw a dog walking down the street with its tail wagging, and for a split second you just felt happy. That's a soft, fuzzy bit of wool right there. But we also collect the other stuff, don't we? The half-finished thoughts, the worries about an email we forgot to send, the vague sense of uncertainty about the future. We gather the sound of traffic, the taste of toothpaste, the feeling of denim against our legs, the melody of a song on the radio that we didn't even like but couldn't stop humming. By the time we reach this moment right here, in the dark, under the covers, our pockets are overflowing with these tangled, mismatched threads. If we try to sort them out ourselves with our tired, waking logic, it just feels like a mess. We try to pull on the worry thread, and it tightens the knot. We try to hold on to the golden joy thread, and it slips through our fingers. This is where the dream weaver steps in. As your breathing slows down, moving into that deeper, heavier rhythm, the dream weaver gently takes the basket of your day from your hands. It says, "Thank you. I'll take it from here. You've done enough carrying for one day." And with infinite patience, this inner weaver sits down at the loom of your subconscious. It doesn't judge the quality of the threads. It doesn't look at that jagged neon anxiety thread and say, "Well, this is ugly. Why did you bring this?" No. To the weaver, it is all just texture. It is all just color. It is simply material to be used. This is the whimsy of it. The idea that nothing is wasted and nothing is wrong. The weaver begins to sort through the pile. It takes that slate-colored moment of staring out the kitchen window and stretches it out. It takes the golden laugh and lays it alongside the gray. It finds the prickly, knotted frustration of the lost keys and smooths it down, weaving it into the background so that it loses its sharp edges. It is a fascinating process, this translation of waking life into dream logic. The weaver works with metaphor and feeling rather than facts. It takes the feeling of rushing and turns it into a scene where you are running through a field, or perhaps flying. It takes the sound of the traffic and weaves it into the sound of an ocean wave crashing on a shore in your mind. The weaver is an artist of salvage. It finds the things you ignored, the color of a stranger's coat, the smell of rain on pavement, and gives them a starring role in the tapestry. Why? Because it can. Because in the logic of dreams, the small things are allowed to be big. The background noise of your life becomes the symphony of your sleep. And as you lie there, you can almost feel the sensation of this sorting taking place. It feels like a loosening. You know that feeling when you are wearing a tight scarf or a tie, and you finally undo it? That release of pressure. That is the weaver untangling the knots. It separates the important from the urgent. The urgent things, the deadlines, the alarms, the schedules, are gently folded up and put in a drawer for tomorrow. They aren't needed on the loom. The weaver is only interested in the important things, how you felt, what you loved, what you feared, what you hoped for. There is such a profound relief in handing this over. You don't have to make sense of your day anymore. You don't have to categorize it as a good day or a bad day. Those labels are too rigid for the dream weaver. To the weaver, the day was simply a collection of moments, rich and varied, and now they are being transformed into something soft and covering. Imagine the motion of the shuttle on that loom, back and forth, back and forth. It matches the rhythm of your chest rising and falling, over and under, with every pass of the shuttle. A little more of the day's chaos is ordered into pattern. The scattered thoughts are caught and held fast. The loose ends are tucked in. The tapestry grows longer, heavier, warmer. It's interesting to think about the imperfections in the weave. Sometimes we have days that feel full of holes, or days that feel rough and scratchy. The dream weaver doesn't hide them. It incorporates them. It surrounds the rough patch with soft velvet. It bridges the holes with strong, invisible threads of rest. The result is a quilt that is unique to you, unique to this specific night. And this concept, this whimsical weaver, adds a layer of safety to the night. It means you are never truly alone in the dark. You have this resource, this quiet capability within you that knows how to metabolize experience. It knows how to digest the world. Even if you fall asleep feeling unresolved, the weaver is working on resolution. Even if you fall asleep feeling sad, the weaver is working on comfort. It is a silent, industrious companion. It requires no instruction. You don't have to fill out a form or give a briefing. You just have to close your eyes. That is the only permission the weaver needs. As the tapestry comes together, it starts to drape over you. This is the heavy, comforting weight of sleep. It's not just a blank darkness. It's a rich, woven covering made of your own life, but softened, processed, and made safe. You might drift across the surface of this tapestry for a while. You might see flashes of the threads, a face, a number, a street sign. But they are fleeting now. They are just patterns in the cloth. They can't touch you. You are wrapped within them, not struggling against them. Think of the weaver's hands. Steady, sure, never rushing. There is all the time in the world. The night is long and spacious. There is plenty of time to find a place for every stray emotion, every wandering wish, and if there is a thread that just doesn't fit, a worry that is too sharp, a fear that is too cold, the weaver gently snips it off and lets it drift away down into the deeper dark to be dissolved by the night. It doesn't need to be part of the design tonight. Tonight is for rest. Tonight is for the soft weave. So, let your mind become loose. Let your grip on the day relax. Visualize your hands opening, palms up, letting all those threads slide out. Watch them float away from you, carried on a gentle draft toward that loom in the shadows. See? They are being caught. They are being gathered. Nothing is lost. You don't have to hold them anymore. The motion is hypnotic. The slide of the thread, the soft thump of the loom. It is the heartbeat of the house. It is the heartbeat of the earth. It is the ancient, timeless rhythm of recovery, over and under, in and out. The day is becoming the dream. The sharp light of the sun is being woven into the cool blue of the moon. The noise of the street is being woven into the silence of the stars. You are simply the observer now. You are the guest in your own mind, watching the show from the most comfortable seat in the house. The gallery we walked through earlier, the cup, the leaf, the cloud, they are all woven in there too, adding their quiet stability to the fabric. And as the weaver works, the blanket gets pulled up a little higher. Tuck it around your shoulders. Feel the warmth of it. It's a custom fit. It was made just for you from the materials of your own life, but spun into gold and silk by the magic of sleep. Allow yourself to marvel just for a moment at how capable you are, that your mind can do this, that you have this built-in mechanism for peace. It's there every night waiting for you to let go. The details of the room are fading completely now. The walls are gone. The ceiling is gone. There is only the soft, dark space and the gentle, repetitive motion of the weaving. It wraps around you like a cocoon, secure, suspended. Every breath you take feeds the loom. Every exhale settles the fabric. You are part of the machine, and you are the masterpiece it is creating. The dream weaver hums a low, wordless tune. It is the sound of "it's okay." It is the sound of "let go." It is the sound of "rest now." And the threads of the day, once so tangled and loud, are finally quiet. They have found their place. They are resting, and so are you. Supported by the whimsy, held by the weave, drifting deeper into the design. But before we can fully surrender to that deep, intricate design, we have to acknowledge what we're bringing to the loom tonight. We have to look at the raw materials in our hands. Because the truth is, we rarely arrive at the pillow empty-handed. We carry the day with us. We carry it in our shoulders, in the tightness of our jaws, and in the busy, buzzing, energetic static of our minds. So let's do a little inventory. Let's do some gathering. I want you to imagine, just for a moment, that the events of your last 12 or 16 hours aren't solid, unchangeable blocks of time. They aren't heavy stones that you have to drag behind you. Instead, imagine them as loose threads, just scraps of string, yarn, and ribbon scattered across the floor of your mind. Some are long, some are short. Some are incredibly bright, and some are dull. We are going to walk through the room of your day very slowly, and we are simply going to pick them up. We aren't going to pull on them. We aren't going to try to knit them into something useful right this second. We are just going to gather them. This is the practice of noticing without flinching. It is the art of observation without critique. Let's start with the obvious ones, the loud threads. Maybe something happened today that frustrated you. A moment of friction, a sharp word spoken in haste, a notification that made your stomach drop, or perhaps just the general grind of a commute that took 20 minutes longer than it should have. These are the rough threads. They feel like burlap or steel wool. They are scratchy. Your instinct, when you look back at these moments, is probably to analyze them. You want to untangle the knot. You want to replay the conversation, thinking of the witty thing you should have said, or you want to beat yourself up for being late. But tonight, right now, we aren't fixing anything. See that rough, scratchy thread lying there? Pick it up. Acknowledge it. Say to yourself, yes, that was stressful. And that is it. Don't add a comma. Don't add a because. Just hold it. Feel the texture of it. Realize that it is separate from you now. It is just a piece of material. It is a thread that will eventually add contrast to the larger weave. But for now, it's just a loose end. Place it gently in your mental basket. It's safe there. It can't hurt you anymore. Now, look for the gray threads. These are the ones we usually ignore because they seem to lack color entirely. These are the mundane moments, the routine. Standing in front of the sink, brushing your teeth, waiting for the kettle to boil, the sound of your turn signal clicking while you waited at a red light, the sensation of your fingers typing on a keyboard or folding laundry. We tend to dismiss these moments as filler. We think life only happens in the highs and the lows. But the weaver knows better. The gray threads are the structure. They are the background that allows the pattern to emerge. So, gather those up too. Don't judge them as boring. Don't judge them as wasted time. Look at them with a sense of gentle appreciation. These are the moments that carried you from point A to point B. They are the quiet, sturdy cotton strings of your existence. Gather them up. They are valuable. They are the evidence that you lived through this day, breath by breath, moment by moment. And what about the silly threads? The unexpected flashes of color. Maybe you saw a dog hanging its head out of a car window, ears flapping in the wind, and for half a second you smiled. Maybe you dropped something and caught it in a clumsy, miraculous way that nobody saw. Maybe you laughed at a terrible joke, or you enjoyed the specific way the sunlight hit a brick wall at 4 p.m. These are the gold threads, the silk threads. Sometimes they are so thin and fleeting, we barely notice them. We let them blow away in the wind of our worries. But not tonight. Tonight, we look for them. We hunt for that glimmer. Did you taste something good today? Even just the first sip of water when you were thirsty? That's a thread. Pick it up. Notice how it feels different than the rough burlap of stress. It's smooth. It's cool to the touch. It doesn't ask anything of you. It just exists as a tiny spark of joy. You don't need to analyze why it made you happy, and you don't need to feel sad that the moment is over. The memory of the sensation is the thread. Keep it. Place it in the basket next to the rough stuff and the gray stuff. See how they start to look together, not like a mess, but like a collection. There might be some threads that are a little harder to touch. The threads of embarrassment or vulnerability. That moment you felt small. That moment you felt unsure. These threads might feel fragile, like old lace that might disintegrate if you handle it too roughly. Be very gentle with these. We often want to sweep these under the rug. We pretend they didn't happen because looking at them makes us cringe. But the Dreamweaver's whimsy is built on radical acceptance. You are human. You are a creature of trial and error. So, you felt awkward today. Okay, that is a thread. You felt lonely today. Okay, that is a thread too. When you pick these up, imagine your hands are made of soft light. You are scooping them up with infinite compassion. You are saying to that moment, I see you, and you belong here too. You aren't judging the version of yourself that felt that way. You are just acknowledging that the feeling existed. It was real. And now, it is a thread in your hand. It is not you. It is just something you experienced. Put it in the basket. As you continue this process, mentally scanning the timeline of your day from the moment your alarm went off until this very second, you might notice that the basket is getting full. It's a chaotic mix of colors and textures. Some days, the basket is mostly gray. That's okay. Some days, it's a tangle of neon orange chaos. That's okay too. Some days, it's heavy and dark velvet. And some days, it's just a handful of loose string. The beauty of this gathering is that once you have picked a thread up and placed it in the basket, you are no longer wearing it. You are no longer wearing the stress of the morning meeting. You are no longer wearing the irritation of the traffic jam. You are no longer wearing the mask you put on for strangers. You have taken them off. You have externalized them. Take a moment to feel the lightness that comes with that. If you visualize the day as a heavy coat you've been walking around in, this process is the unbuttoning. It is the shrugging off of the weight. You are hanging the day on a hook. You are separating your essential self, the calm, breathing, listening consciousness, from the events that happen to you. You are the weaver, not the thread. And as you look at this pile of loose ends you've gathered, you don't need to sort them by color. You don't need to untangle the knots tonight. That is the work of the dreamscape. That is what happens when you sleep. The mind has its own ancient machinery for sorting, for filing, for washing the emotional dye out of the fibers so they can be reused. Your only job right now was to acknowledge they exist, to validate your own experience, to say, "This was my day, all of it, the good, the bad, the boring, the weird. I lived it." There is a profound peace in that simple admission. It stops the resistance. So much of our exhaustion comes from resisting the reality of our day, wishing it had gone differently, or trying to hold on to moments that have already passed. When we simply gather the threads and say, "Here they are," we stop fighting. We stop pulling. We let the tension go slack. Visualize that basket sitting beside you. It's full. The day is contained. It's not flying around your head anymore. It's sitting right there, waiting. And because it is contained, you are now free. You are free to turn your attention away from the what happened and toward the what is. What is right now is the stillness. What is right now is the potential for rest. What is right now is the softness of the surface beneath you. You have done the work of the day. You have done the work of gathering the threads. There is nothing left to do. No more emails to answer in your head. No more conversations to rehearse. The threads are cut. The spool is stationary. You can feel a sense of distance growing between you and that basket. It's not that the day didn't matter, but it matters asterisk. Less asterisk right now than the immediate sensation of relaxation spreading through your limbs. The memories of the last 12 hours are starting to lose their sharp edges. The voices of the day are turning into a low, rhythmic hum. The colors are fading into a soft sepia twilight. This is the transition point. This is the threshold. You have tidied up the room of your mind. You haven't scrubbed it sterile. You've just picked up the clutter and put it where it belongs. And now, the floor is clear. The space is open. There is room now. Room for what? Room for the whimsy. Room for the abstract. Room for the logic of the waking world to dissolve and be replaced by the fluid, floating logic of dreams. You don't need those threads to hold you together. You are whole without them. You are the space in which the day happened. But you are not the day itself. So take a breath, a deep, clearing breath, and imagine blowing gently over that basket of threads. Watch as a soft, imaginary cover settles over them, tucking them in, quieting them down. They are stories for another time. They are data for the archive. Tonight, they are just quiet texture in the corner of the room. You are turning away from them now. You are turning toward the horizon of sleep. You are turning toward the weaver who is waiting to take those raw materials and spin them into something new, something strange, something healing, while you drift in the dark. The gathering is done. The sorting is finished. The loose ends are no longer loose. They are collected. They are held. And because they are held, you don't have to hold them. You can open your hands. You can relax your fingers. You can let the grip soften until your palms are open to the night, empty and ready for rest. It's a good feeling, isn't it? The feeling of a job finished. The feeling of closing the book, even if the chapter ended on a cliffhanger, even if the sentence wasn't quite perfect. The book is closed. The cover is shut. And in the silence that follows, we begin to hear the other sounds. The sounds that were drowned out by the noise of the day's threads. The sound of your own steady heart. The sound of the night settling around your home. The sound of the weaver's loom beginning its slow, rhythmic, hypnotic motion. It is a rhythm that doesn't ask anything of you. That is the most important distinction to make right now. So much of the noise we absorbed earlier, the clatter and the hum of the waking world, was demanding. It asked for your attention, your energy, your decisions. It wanted you to solve, to fix, to answer. But this motion, this slow back and forth cadence of the dream weaver's loom, it asks for nothing. It is simply there, like the tide, offering you a vessel to float in. Now, as that rhythm becomes the baseline of your awareness, I want you to invite a very specific kind of guest into this quiet space. We often think of imagination as this loud, boisterous thing, dragons and epic journeys and loud colors. But tonight, we are looking for the weaver's whimsy. And true whimsy, the kind that rests the soul, is gentle. It is soft-spoken. It is the pastel color of a daydream, not the neon flash of a billboard. We are going to practice the art of letting the mind wander, but not like a lost dog looking for a home. We want the mind to wander like a leaf falling from a high branch, drifting, turning, catching the air, with nowhere to be but exactly where it is. There is a tendency, when we first try to quiet down, for our brains to immediately try to latch onto the nearest problem. It's a habit. The mind is a tool that loves to work, and when you take away the tasks of the day, it looks around the empty room and says, "Okay, what's next? What are we worrying about? What scenario should we replay from 5 years ago?" Gently, very gently, we are going to steer away from that. We aren't going to fight it. We're just going to turn the volume knob down on those thoughts and turn the knob up on something else. We are going to step into the weaver's garden of small things. I want you to call to mind the image of a sky. Not a stormy sky, and not even a perfectly clear blue one, because that's a bit boring, isn't it? Imagine a sky on a lazy Tuesday afternoon, maybe in late spring or early autumn. The air is mild. It's that perfect temperature where you can't quite tell where your skin ends and the air begins. And up above, there are clouds. Just watch them. You don't have to name the shapes. You don't have to look for a bunny or a castle, though you can if you want to. Just watch the movement. It is so slow that if you glance away and glance back, it looks the same, but if you hold your gaze, you see the transformation. A fluffy white edge softens and pulls apart like cotton candy, dissolving on the tongue. A dense patch of gray drifts lazily to the right, revealing a stunning, deep well of azure behind it. There is no rush up there. Those clouds have no appointments. They are entirely surrendered to the wind, carried along by currents we cannot see, but can only witness. That is the state of mind we are cultivating, that feeling of being suspended, of being carried. Allow your thoughts to mimic that drift. If a worry comes in, a sharp, jagged little thought, imagine it is just a bird flying across that sky. Let it fly. Watch it cross your field of vision, and then watch it disappear over the horizon. You don't need to catch the bird. You just need to watch the clouds. Let's bring the gaze down a little lower now. Let's look at the trees. I've always found that watching leaves is one of the most hypnotic things in the world. Imagine a large old tree, maybe an oak, or a weeping willow, or a maple. It's heavy with leaves, a full, lush canopy of green. And there is a breeze. It's not a gale. It's that gentle, rhythmic breath of wind that comes and goes. Watch how the leaves respond. It starts on one side, a ripple of silver and green as the undersides of the leaves are exposed. It moves through the canopy like a wave, moving through water, a shiver of delight that runs through the branches. Can you hear it? That dry, soft, rustling sound. It's like a hush. Asterisk shh. Nature's own white noise. Focus on a single branch in your mind's eye. Watch it sway. It dips down, heavy with gravity, and then swings back up, caught by the wood's elasticity. Down and up, down and up. It's a rocking motion. It's the same motion a mother uses to soothe a child, the same motion of a boat on a calm lake. The world is full of these gentle rockers, these natural lullabies, if we just stop long enough to see them. This is the dream weaver's whimsy. It's not about inventing new worlds. It's about looking at this one through a lens of absolute softness. It's about taking the sharp edges off reality. Think about the light. In this place, we are building in your mind. The light is never harsh. It's dappled. It's filtering through those swaying leaves, painting moving patterns of gold and shadow on the grass below. Watch the patterns dance. They lengthen and shorten, merge and separate. It's a silent movie playing just for you, with no plot, no climax, just pure, unadulterated atmosphere. This is the mental equivalent of taking off a tight pair of shoes after a long walk. You are unlacing your focus. You are wiggling the toes of your imagination. And it doesn't just have to be nature. The weaver's whimsy is inside, too. Think about the most comforting, mundane sights in your home. Think about a sunbeam cutting across a dusty room in the late afternoon. You know the kind, where the light is thick and golden, almost like honey. And inside that beam of light, you can see tiny specks of dust dancing. Most of the time, we don't even notice them. Or if we do, we think about cleaning. But not tonight. Tonight, they are tiny stars in a personal galaxy. They swirl and float, rising on invisible thermals of heat. They sparkle when they hit the light and vanish when they drift into the shadow. There is a whole universe in that sunbeam. Watching it is mesmerizing. It slows your breathing down. You can't watch something that's slow and delicate while breathing fast. Your body instinctively mimics what you observe. Or think about the steam rising from a hot cup of tea or coffee. It twists, it curls, it dissipates. It forms ribbons of gray against the background of the kitchen. It's a ghost of heat vanishing into the air. It's beautiful in a quiet, unassuming way. This is where I want your mind to live right now. In the appreciation of the slow, the quiet, the drifting. If you feel your brain trying to present you with a spreadsheet or a conversation you need to have tomorrow, visualize yourself gently taking that thought and placing it on a little wooden boat. Push the boat out into the center of a still, glassy pond. Watch it float away. It will be there when you wake up, if you really need it. But right now, the boat is drifting into the fog. You don't need to paddle it. You don't need to steer it. Let it go. What replaces it is this sense of whimsy. And by whimsy, I mean the freedom to think about things that don't matter. It is incredibly liberating to think about things that have no consequence. Think about the texture of velvet. Run your mental fingers over it. Think about the smell of old books, that vanilla almond scent of aging paper. Think about the sound of rain tapping against a window pane, not a storm, just a steady, gray rain that wraps the house in a cozy blanket of sound. These thoughts are safe. They ask nothing of you. They are just sensory gifts, little textures for your mind to play with while the heavy lifting of the day is put aside. The dream weaver knows that the best fabrics are woven not with tension, but with a loose hand. If you pull the thread too tight, it snaps. If you hold the thought too hard, it becomes a worry. So we keep the tension loose. We let the thread loop and curl. Imagine yourself walking through a field of tall grass. You aren't walking to get to the other side. You're just walking to feel the grass brush against your fingertips. The stalks are dry and golden, warming in the sun. You can hear the crickets starting their evening song, that rhythmic chirping that signifies the end of labor and the beginning of rest. You find a spot where the ground is flat and soft, covered in a thick layer of clover, and you lie down. You look up, and we are back to the sky. But this time the light is changing. The blue is deepening, turning into indigo. The clouds are catching the last rays of the sun, turning pink, then violet, then a soft, bruised purple. The transition is so gradual you almost miss it. That is the pace we want. The pace of sunset. The pace of a flower closing its petals for the night. Allow yourself to feel heavy. Not heavy with burden, but heavy with relaxation. Like a stone settling into the silt of a riverbed. The water flows over you, the water of time, the water of thoughts, but you remain still. You are grounded, you are safe. In this space, your imagination is a sanctuary. It is not a place to rehearse fears. It is a gallery of peace. You can hang whatever pictures you like on the walls here. You can conjure up a hammock strung between two palm trees. You can conjure up a fireplace with logs crackling and popping, throwing orange light into a dim room. You can conjure up the feeling of a warm cat sleeping on your lap, that vibrating purr that seems to heal the bones. Whatever brings you that feeling of a sigh, you know the one. That deep exhale where the shoulders drop 2 inches. That is what you should focus on. The weaver is sitting at the loom, and tonight, the threads are made of this stuff. They are spun from the steam of the tea, the gold of the sunbeam, the blue of the sky, the rustle of the leaves. He is weaving a blanket of pure comfort. It's not a complex pattern. It doesn't tell a tragic story. It's just a simple, rhythmic weave of peace. And as you watch these images drift by, the clouds, the leaves, the dust motes, you might find that they start to blur together a little. The edges get soft. The sequence doesn't make sense anymore, and that is perfectly fine. The leaf turns into a boat. The boat turns into a cloud. The cloud turns into a pillow. This logic of the dream world is beginning to take hold. It's a fluidity that the waking mind rejects, but the resting mind welcomes. It's the logic of water. It flows where it needs to go, filling the hollows, smoothing the stones. So let your mind be water. Let it take the shape of whatever container feels most comfortable. If it feels good to think about floating, float. If it feels good to think about sinking into a soft mattress, sink. If it feels good to think about flying, then soar over those green canopies and look down at the world, seeing it all as a patchwork quilt of green and brown, silent and still. There is no judgment here. There is no doing it wrong. If you find yourself thinking about a grocery list, just smile at it. Put it on a cloud and blow it away. Return to the whimsy. Return to the gentle, purposeless wandering. It is a luxury, this wandering, in a world that measures every second. Taking time to just mentally stroll through a meadow of your own making is an act of rebellion. But it is a quiet rebellion, a soft one that restores you. So keep walking through that meadow, keep watching the sky. Feel the imaginary breeze on your imaginary face. It is cool, and it smells of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It is the scent of the transition from day to night, from awake to asleep, from rigid to fluid. The weaver's loom continues its hum. It is the heartbeat of this place, and you are safe within its rhythm. That rhythm extends outward, doesn't it? It ripples from the loom and settles into the very architecture of your evening. Think about the way the day unspools. For so many hours, we are tightly wound. We are held together by deadlines, by social obligations, by the rigidity of posture in office chairs, or the tension of navigating traffic. We hold our breath, figuratively and sometimes literally, waiting for the next thing to happen. But then the sun dips below the horizon, and the dream weaver begins to tug gently on the loose thread of your day. This is where the magic of the routine comes in. It is easy to dismiss our nightly habits as mundane chores. We think of them as things we have to get out of the way before we can sleep. But look closer. These aren't chores. They are a liturgy of self-care. They are the signals we send to our primitive brains that the hunt is over, the gathering is done, and the cave is sealed against the night. Think about the moment you cross the threshold of the bathroom. The harsh overhead lights of the world are replaced, perhaps, by a softer glow. Maybe you turn the tap. Listen to the sound of the water. It's a rush, a tumble, a constant white noise that immediately creates a barrier between you and the silence or the chaos outside. There is a profound alchemy in warm water. Whether you are stepping into a shower or sinking into a bath, that initial contact is a reset button for the nervous system. Imagine the temperature. It needs to be just hot enough to command your attention, to draw the blood to the surface of the skin, loosening the knots in your shoulders that you didn't even realize you were carrying. It's a visceral washing away. You aren't just rinsing off the dust of the commute. You're watching the conversations that went sideways, the emails that were passive-aggressive, and the worries about tomorrow swirl down the drain. They dissolve. They lose their shape and their power in the face of the steam. In this space, time seems to stretch. The urgency that plagued your afternoon evaporates. There is only the scent of soap, maybe lavender, maybe eucalyptus, maybe something clean and nondescript like rain. It's a sensory anchor. You breathe it in, and the weaver's loom clicks forward another notch. You are shedding the skin of the public persona. You are returning to the raw, unadorned self. The water holds you, buoyant and weightless, reminding you that for these few minutes, you are not an employee, or a parent, or a partner, or a problem solver. You are just a body, resting in warmth. And then comes the transition to dry land. The towel, rough and warm against damp skin. The air in the room feels cooler now, crisp. This is part of the ritual, too. The drying off is an act of reclamation. You are reclaiming your edges, defining the boundary of where you end and the rest of the world begins. Then the clothes. We all have them, the uniform of the evening. It might be a pair of flannel pajamas that have been washed so many times, the pattern is fading, the fabric thinned to a softness that silk could never replicate. Or maybe it's an oversized t-shirt and sweatpants that have lost their elasticity but gained a supreme level of comfort. Putting these on is a declaration. It is a physical signaling that you are off the clock. No more zippers, no more buttons, no more belts, no more structured collars. Just softness. Loose, forgiving fabrics that allow you to breathe deeply into your belly. When you pull on those socks, the thick, woolly ones, you are grounding yourself. You are preparing for the journey inward. It's amazing how these small textures, the brush of cotton against a tired limb, can invoke such a massive psychological shift. You are cocooning. You are wrapping yourself up, layer by layer, protecting the quiet that is starting to bloom inside your chest. Move to the sink now. The mirror reflects a softer face than the one you saw this morning. The eyes are less guarded. The ritual of brushing your teeth, washing your face, applying a cream. It is rhythmic. The circular motion of the brush, the splash of cool water, the slow, deliberate circles of massaging moisturizer into your cheeks. It's muscle memory. You don't have to think about it, and because you don't have to think about it, your mind is free to wander. It doesn't wander far, though. It stays close, hovering over the sink, focused on the sensation of mint and the feeling of clean skin. It's a small, private mindfulness practice that we do every single night without ever calling it meditation. As you turn off the bathroom light, leaving the darkness behind you, you move toward the sanctuary of the bedroom. This is the inner sanctum. The lighting here is key. Shadows in the corners, a pool of warm amber light from a bedside lamp. It creates a small, focused world. The grand scale of the universe shrinks down to the four corners of your mattress. There is a specific pleasure in turning down the covers, pulling back the duvet or the quilt to reveal the sheets underneath. If you are lucky, they are cool to the touch. That first slide into bed is perhaps the best feeling of the entire 24-hour cycle. The mattress rises up to meet you, absorbing the weight of your spine, your hips, your legs. You let out a breath, a long, shuddering exhale that seems to deflate the very last of the day's tension. The pillow cradles your head, and for a moment, you just lie there, feeling the contrast between the heaviness of your limbs and the lightness of your mind. But the Weaver knows we aren't quite ready to let go yet. We need a bridge. For many, that bridge is a book, not a screen. Screens are loud. They are blue light and notification bells and the demanding noise of the waking world. A book is silent. It waits for you. You reach for the paperback on the nightstand. It has a smell. Paper pulp, ink, maybe a hint of old vanilla if it's an older copy. You open it to the bookmark. This is the portal. As your eyes scan the lines, the voice in your head shifts. You stop narrating your own life, stop replaying the conversations of the day, and you surrender to a different narrative. You step into someone else's world. This act of reading before sleep is a gentle form of hypnosis. The eyes move left to right, a pendulum swing that slows the brainwaves. The imagery of the story overlays the imagery of your reality. You are building the dreamscape before you even close your eyes. The Weaver takes the threads of the story, the description of a landscape, a line of dialogue, a feeling of suspense or romance, and begins to weave them into the tapestry of your coming sleep. It doesn't matter what you read. It could be a density of history, the lightness of a comedy, or the abstraction of poetry. What matters is the focus. It acts as a funnel, narrowing your attention down to a single point, quieting the cacophony of what-ifs and to-dos until they are just a murmur in the distance. Eventually, the eyelids grow heavy. The words on the page might start to swim or blur together. You might find yourself reading the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing it. This is the signal. The body is taking over. The intellect is bowing out. You place the book down. You mark your place, a promise to return. You reach out and click off the lamp. Darkness, but not an empty darkness. It is a velvety, populated darkness. It is filled with the scent of clean laundry, the residual warmth of the bath, the echo of the story you just read. The room is still, but it feels alive with safety. You adjust the blankets, pulling them up to your chin, creating a seal. The weight of the bedding is a hug, a constant pressure that says, asterisk, you are here, you are still, you are safe. Now, in the quiet, you become aware of the smaller sounds. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen down the hall. The wind brushing a branch against the window pane. The settling of the house's foundation. Those little creaks and pops that used to sound spooky, but now sound like the house is just getting comfortable too. This is the Weaver's domain now. The routine has done its job. It has walked you step by step, sensation by sensation, from the high alert state of the day to the surrender of the night. You have anchored yourself in these small, repetitive acts. You have washed, you have changed, you have engaged the senses, you have escaped into a story, and now you are simply a breathing thing in the dark. The rhythm of the loom is indistinguishable now from the rhythm of your own breath. In and out, deep and slow. The conscious mind tries to hold on for a moment longer, grasping at a stray thought about tomorrow's grocery list, but the current is too strong. The comfort is too absolute. The thought slips away like a leaf on a river, drifting downstream, out of sight. You feel the mattress holding you. You feel the coolness of the pillow flipping to the warm side. You feel the loosening of the jaw, the unfurling of the fingers. The day is a closed book. The night is an open field. And you are walking into it, guided by the familiar, comforting repetition of the evening, ready to see what the weaver has waiting for you in the tall grass of your dreams. That tall grass is soft against your ankles, isn't it? It gives way easily as you move through it, parting like a green curtain and closing just as gently behind you. There is no resistance here. That's the key. The day is full of resistance, friction against traffic, friction against deadlines, the friction of trying to make things fit where they don't belong. But here, in this mental space we're cultivating, and in the physical space of your bed, friction dissolves. Now, I want to talk about the geometry of your day versus the geometry of your night. Think about how you've spent the last 12 or 14 hours. You've likely been compressed. We spend our days tight. We sit in chairs that fold us at the hips. We hunch over screens, rounding the spine. We squeeze into crowded train cars or small cubicles. Even our attention is narrowed, focused like a laser beam on a spreadsheet, a conversation, or the road ahead. We are coiled springs, tightly wound, storing potential energy, ready to snap into action at a moment's notice. But you cannot sleep like a coiled spring. You cannot dream while you are waiting to snap. So we come to the art of unfurling. It is a word that feels good just to say. Unfurling. It implies a slow, deliberate opening. It's not a collapse. Collapsing is what happens when you're exhausted and you just drop. Unfurling is an act of trust. It is the conscious decision to reverse the compression of the day. Imagine an old parchment scroll, one that has been rolled up tight and bound with a heavy leather cord for a very long time. When you untie that cord, the paper doesn't just lay flat immediately. It wants to curl back in on itself. It holds the memory of the shape it was forced into. Your body is exactly the same. You might be lying down right now, but your muscles are still holding the memory of the steering wheel, or the way you hold your phone, or the way you grit your teeth when you read a stressful email. Let's smooth out that scroll. We start at the center, the core. Often when we try to relax, we start with the extremities, but the tension radiates outward from the middle. Notice your chest and your stomach. Throughout the day, we tend to armor this area. We suck it in, we brace for impact, we hold our breath in the upper chest. It's a shield. But you are safe now. The door is locked, the lights are low. You can put down the shield. Let your belly go soft, completely soft. Allow it to rise and fall rhythmically like the surface of a calm lake. There is no one watching, no one judging your posture. When you soften your center, you send a chemical signal to the rest of your nervous system that says, the war is over. The hunt is done. Feel that signal travel outward. It moves up into the shoulders. This is where the unfurling is most profound. Shoulders have a nasty habit of creeping up toward our ears, as if they are trying to protect our neck from cold wind or criticism. We wear our shoulders like heavy earrings. Let's take them off. Visualize the bones of your shoulders widening. Imagine your collarbones stretching out, becoming longer, reaching toward the sides of the room. As they widen, your shoulder blades slide down your back, melting into the mattress. You aren't just lowering them, you are broadening. You are taking up space. That's another thing the day steals from us, the permission to take up space. We shrink to be polite. We shrink to fit in. Tonight, take up all the space you need. Sprawl. Let your elbows drift away from your ribs. Let your structure expand. Now, follow that sensation down the arms. The elbows unbend. The forearms, which do so much heavy lifting, typing, carrying, steering, finally go slack. And then the hands. The human hand is a miracle of engineering, designed to grip, to hold, to manipulate the world. But the shadow side of that is that we forget how to empty them. We white-knuckle our way through life. Even when our hands are empty, we are often mentally clutching onto something. An outcome we want, a worry we can't fix, a person we can't control. Open your palms. I mean, really open them. Feel the skin of your palm stretch slightly. There is a specific kind of release that happens when the fingers curl naturally, not into a fist, but into a soft, open curve. It's the gesture of letting go. Imagine you are holding a handful of sand, the gritty details of today, and you just tilt your hand and open your fingers. The sand spills out. It falls away, grain by grain, leaving your hand clean, light, and empty. You don't need to carry it into tomorrow. Let's move back up to the neck and the jaw. The jaw is the gatekeeper of our unspoken words. All the things you wanted to say, but didn't. All the frustration you swallowed. It lives in the masseter muscle, right at the hinge of the jaw. Unhinge it. Let there be a little space between your top teeth and your bottom teeth. Let the tongue fall away from the roof of the mouth. It's amazing how much tension we hold in the tongue, pressing it upward as if trying to hold the roof of our skull in place. You don't need to hold your head together. The pillow has got you. Let gravity have your head. It's heavy, isn't it? Let it be heavy. And finally, the face, the brow. We spend so much time furrowed, squinting at screens, squinting at the sun, squinting in confusion or concentration. Visualize a warm hand gently smoothing across your forehead, ironing out the creases. Imagine the space between your eyebrows widening, the skin around your eyes smoothing out, like a sheet of water when the wind dies down. This is the physical unfurling. You are mimicking the natural world. Think of how a fern frond uncurls in the damp shade of a forest. Think of how a flower opens its petals to the morning sun, though here you are opening yourself to the velvet dark. You are exposing the softest parts of yourself to the night, because the night is gentle. But the body is only half the equation. The mind is also a tightly wound scroll, etched with the ink of 1,000 thoughts. The mental unfurling is harder, I know. The body responds to gravity, but the mind often tries to defy it. You might feel the hustle and bustle of the day echoing in your head like a song stuck on repeat. The conversations, the news, the notifications. It's a momentum that doesn't want to stop just because you laid down. To unfurl the mind, we have to change the way we look at our thoughts. Usually, we grab a thought, examine it, twist it around, and try to solve it. We treat thoughts like Rubik's cubes. Tonight, I want you to treat your thoughts like clouds. When you see a cloud, you don't reach up and try to reshape it. You don't judge it for being too fluffy or too gray. You just watch it drift by. It enters your frame of vision, it changes shape, and it leaves. That is all. If a worry about tomorrow pops up, that's just a cloud. Let it drift. If a regret about yesterday appears, just a darker cloud. Let it blow over. You are the sky. The sky is vast, permanent, and still. The clouds are temporary. Don't attach a grappling hook to the clouds. Don't try to drag them down into bed with you. Let them float. This process of mental unwinding requires us to forgive ourselves for being unfinished. That's a major source of our internal tension. The unfinished, the email not sent, the dishes in the sink, the project only half done. We feel that if we relax, we are admitting defeat. But look at nature. Nature is never finished. The tree is never done growing. The tide is never done turning. The moon is never done cycling. Yet they all have periods of dormancy, of rest, of low tide. You are allowed to be unfinished. You are allowed to leave the sentence midway through. You can put a bookmark in your life. The story will be there when you wake up. You don't need to keep writing it in the dark. Feel the grip of your mind loosening. It's like a knot that is slowly being picked apart. The loops are getting bigger. The tension is slackening. The urgency that drove you through the daylight hours is fading. Urgency requires adrenaline. Sleep requires safety. And you are safe. You are no longer a worker, a parent, a partner, or a problem solver. Those are costumes you wear. Right now, as you unfurl, you are taking those costumes off. You are simply a breathing being, a heart beating, a chest rising, a consciousness floating in a quiet room. Return to the image of the weaver. We spoke of him waiting in the tall grass. The dream weaver is an artisan, a craftsman of the subconscious. But think about weaving. You cannot weave with a thread that is pulled tight and rigid. It will snap. You cannot weave with a wire. You need thread that is pliable, soft, capable of bending and looping without breaking. By unfurling, by softening your shoulders and emptying your hands, you are making yourself into that pliable thread. You are giving the weaver the raw material he needs to craft a landscape for you. If you are rigid, your dreams will be rigid, anxious loops of the waking world. But if you are soft, your dreams can be expansive. They can be whimsical. They can take you places you haven't been. So, do a final scan. Is there anywhere you are still holding on? Check the small of your back. Let it sink. Check the space behind your knees. Let it soften. Check the corners of your eyes. Let them be smooth. You are unrolling the scroll of your being until you are completely flat, completely open, completely vulnerable to the peace that is waiting for you. You are a vast, open plain. The wind of your breath blows gently across it. There are no mountains of stress here, only the flat, calm horizon of sleep. The day is a heavy coat and you have shrugged it off. It lies in a heap on the floor, and you do not need to pick it up again for a long, long time. You are lighter now. You are unburdened. You are unfurled. And in this open, softened state, you begin to perceive the change in the air. The hustle is gone. The silence has weight, but it is a comforting weight, like a heavy blanket. The rhythm of the world has slowed down to match the rhythm of your heart. Thump, 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 slow, steady, open. You're ready to drift. You're ready to be woven into something new. The grass rustles around you, not because of the wind, but because you are settling deeper into it, pressing down the stalks, making a nest of softness in the dark. And as that nest forms around you, holding the shape of your body like a perfect mold, the boundaries between the physical world and the internal world begin to soften. It is a blurring of the edges, like watercolor paint touching a wet page, spreading outward in gentle, unpredictable blooms. This is where the dream weaver steps in. Now, when we talk about dreams, We so often think in terms of cinema. We anticipate grand narratives, high stakes, or adventures that span continents and lifetimes. We expect a plot. But the true whimsy of the dream weaver, that quiet architect of your slumber, doesn't always lie in the epic. More often than not, the most restorative dreams are the ones that simply offer a space to exist. They are landscapes of pure texture, moments of suspended time where nothing is asked of you, and where the laws of physics bow politely to the laws of comfort. Imagine, if you will, the curtain rising not on a stage, but on a sensation. Perhaps the first thing the weaver offers you is a color, not just a flat swatch of paint, but a living, breathing atmosphere of blue. It's that deep, velvety indigo of the sky just after the sun has dipped below the horizon, but before the stars have fully committed to shining. In this dream, you aren't flying or running, you're just floating in this color. It holds you. It has a temperature, perfectly neutral, neither warm nor cool, just an absence of chill. It's a space where the noise of the day, the emails, the traffic, the constant chatter of decision-making is absorbed into the velvet walls, leaving only a hushed stillness. This is the weaver's first gift, the gift of uncluttering. It's a form of mental housekeeping that feels less like chores and more like opening a window in a stuffy room to let the breeze cycle through. As you drift deeper, the scenery might shift. The weaver is fond of the familiar, but often remixes it into something new, something devoid of responsibility. You might find yourself walking through a house. It feels like your childhood home, or perhaps the house of a friend you haven't seen in years, yet the layout is different. It's friendlier. The corridors are wider, bathed in a perpetual golden hour light that casts long, lazy shadows across the floorboards. In this dream, you're barefoot. You can feel the grain of the wood beneath your soles, smooth, polished by time, warm to the touch. There is a profound sense of safety here. You walk into a room and find it filled with things that bring you a quiet sort of joy. Maybe it's a library, but not a dusty, imposing one. It's a cozy nook with overstuffed armchairs that seem to hug you just by looking at them. The books on the shelves don't have titles that demand to be read. They are simply there to provide the comforting scent of vanilla and old paper, a smell that grounds you in the present moment of the dream. You might notice small, whimsical details that don't belong in waking life, but make perfect sense here. Perhaps there is a cat sleeping on the windowsill, a cat you've never owned, but who purrs with a vibration that resonates in your own chest, loosening a knot of tension you didn't know you were carrying. Or maybe you look out the window and see a garden that blooms with flowers from every season all at once. Tulips nodding next to chrysanthemums, snowdrops peeking out from under a fern. The weaver doesn't care about the calendar. The weaver cares about the feeling of abundance, the visual feast of seeing life thrive without effort. These are the landscapes of the mind that emerge when we stop trying to steer the ship. They are the screensavers of the soul. They don't require you to solve puzzles or navigate labyrinths. They ask only that you witness them. There is a particular kind of renewal found in these low-stakes dreams. Think of them as a gentle rinse cycle for your emotions. Throughout the day, we accumulate micro-stressors, little jagged edges of worry or irritation. The dream weaver takes these edges and sands them down. Let's drift into another potential landscape. Imagine a shoreline. But this isn't a beach where the wind whips sand into your eyes or the sun burns your shoulders. The lighting is soft, perhaps the diffuse gray-white of a misty morning. The water is glassy and calm, lapping at the shore with a rhythm that matches your breathing. Asterisk in and out. The sound is hypnotic, a white noise that blankets every other thought. In this dream, you might find objects washing up on the shore, but they aren't debris. They are lost things. Not valuable things, but small tokens of the past. A marble you lost in 3rd grade, a handwritten note from a friend, a specific smooth stone you once held in your pocket for a week. The weaver brings these things back, not to make you sad, but to remind you that nothing is truly gone. It's a whimsical collection of the minor artifacts of your life, polished by the ocean of your subconscious until they shine. You can pick them up, turn them over in your hand, and feel a sense of continuity. You are the same person who held that marble. You're the same person standing on this dream shore. It is a grounding recognition of yourself. It is fascinating how the mind uses these quiet hours to solve problems, though not in the way we use logic. Logic is a straight line. Dreams are a spiral. Sometimes the solution to a problem isn't an answer, but a feeling. You might go to sleep worried about a conversation you need to have. The weaver doesn't script the conversation for you. Instead, it might give you a dream where you are sitting under a giant oak tree, feeling incredibly small but incredibly protected. You wake up not with a script, but with a feeling of perspective. The anxiety has been diluted by the dream's vastness. That is the work being done while you lie in the grass of your sleep. Sometimes, the whimsy is in the physics of movement. Have you ever had a dream where you could jump and gravity just forgot to pull you back down immediately? You linger in the air for a few seconds too long, a slow motion arc that feels like swimming through the atmosphere. It's a delightful sensation, a playful rebellion against the heaviness of the world. It reminds your body of lightness. Even when you wake, a phantom sense of that buoyancy remains in your muscles, making the day ahead feel just a little bit easier to carry. And let's not forget the auditory landscape. The weaver is a master composer of silence and sound. In these gentle dreams, sounds are never harsh. A thunderstorm might roll in, but it's a cozy storm, the kind you watch from a secure porch with a warm drink in your hand. The thunder is a low rumble, like a cello being bowed in the distance. The rain is a rhythmic tapping on a tin roof, a lullaby of percussion. You are dry, you are warm, and the elements are performing just for you. There is something deeply primal and satisfying about being sheltered from a storm, and the mind recreates this safe harbor to reinforce your sense of security. Then there are the abstract dreams, the ones that are purely about texture. You might dream of running your hand over a surface that feels like cool marble or sinking your toes into deep, plush moss. These tactile hallucinations are the brain's way of self-soothing. It's sensory integration without the sensory overload. You can focus entirely on the sensation of softness, of coolness, of warmth. It's a singular focus that is almost impossible to achieve in the waking world, where our senses are constantly bombarded from all sides. In the dream, you can just asterisk the sensation of touch. The dream weaver also has a sense of humor, a gentle one. It might place you at a banquet table where the food is impossibly colorful, fruits that glow, and pastries that defy gravity. You eat, and the taste is purely the essence of sweet or tart, without the need to chew or swallow. It's the platonic ideal of a meal, nourishment without hunger. It's the mind playing with the concept of satisfaction, reminding you what it feels like to be full, to be content, to want for nothing. As you lie here, settling further into the supportive embrace of the ground, know that you don't need to order these dreams from a menu. You don't need to try to construct them. The weaver knows what you need. If you need silence, the library will appear. If you need release, the ocean will wash in. If you need playfulness, gravity will lift. The transition into this world is the easiest journey you will ever take. It requires no ticket, no luggage, and no effort. It only requires permission. Permission to let the linear narrative of your day dissolve into the abstract art of your night. So, let the images come. They might start as flashes, a face, a street lamp, the color of a favorite sweater. Let them dance behind your eyelids. They are the opening credits to your restoration. Do not try to hold on to them or make sense of them. Let them flow like a stream, tumbling over rocks, changing shape as they go. There is a profound peace in knowing that for the next several hours, you are not responsible for the plot. You are merely the audience, and the weaver is putting on a show of quiet wonders just for you. It is a private viewing of your own resilience, reflecting back to you in symbols and sensations. The grass around you is still soft. The heartbeat is still steady. And the door to the dream world is standing ajar, spilling warm, welcoming light out into the darkness. You can step through. You can float through. You can simply close your eyes and let the room build itself around you. The day is done. The weaving begins. The threads are gold and silver, shadow and light, memory and hope. They are being knit together into a blanket of repose that will cover you until the morning sun asks you to rise again. But for now, there is only the drift. There is only the whimsy. There is only the sweet, heavy slide into the landscapes of the mind. Rest now in the certainty that you are being looked after, even in your sleep. The weaver is at work, and the work is good. The work is gentle. The work is you returning to yourself, one quiet dream at a time. And there is a particular kind of magic involved in that return. A subtle alchemy that happens when the conscious mind finally relinquishes the wheel. We tend to think of the dream weaver's whimsy as a source of entertainment, a nightly cinema where the laws of physics are polite suggestions rather than hard rules. We think of flying over cities or reunions with old friends in houses that don't quite exist, or those strange abstract collages of color and sound. But there is a quieter, more utilitarian side to this whimsy. It is the mending of moments. Think about the state you're in when you first climb into bed after a long, abrasive day. We have all been there. The day hasn't necessarily been catastrophic, just full of friction. Maybe it was a series of small misunderstandings, a tone of voice from a coworker that didn't sit right, or a traffic jam that ate up your evening. It's the accumulation of grit. You lie there, and your mind feels like a tangled ball of yarn. Every time you try to pull at a thread to straighten it out, to make sense of why you feel so on edge, the knot just tightens. You replay conversations, thinking of what you should have said. You worry about the email you sent, wondering if it was too blunt. The rough edges of the day are still sharp, and they catch on your thoughts, snagging your peace of mind. This is where the weaver steps in, not as a director of fantasy, but as a restoration expert. This phase of sleep is less about the vivid narrative and more about the invisible repair work. It is the deep, dark, dreamless drift, or perhaps the dreams are there, but they are so subtle, so mundane, that they evaporate the moment your eyes open. But make no mistake, the work is being done. It is a process of filing and sanding. Imagine the weaver walking through the cluttered workshop of your mind. The floor is littered with the debris of the last 16 hours. Half-finished thoughts, sharp shards of frustration, the heavy stones of disappointment. It's a mess. If you had to wake up and face the world again immediately, tripping over all that clutter, you wouldn't make it past breakfast without breaking down. So, the mending begins. It starts with a softening. You know that saying, "Let me sleep on it." It is perhaps the most profound piece of advice in the human lexicon. It acknowledges a truth we often forget, that you are not the same person in the morning that you were the night before. The you that wakes up has been processed. The weaver takes those jagged memories of the day, the embarrassment, the anger, and runs them through the wash. They get tumbled over and over in the cycle of REM and deep sleep, much like sea glass in the ocean. Whatever happens in that dark water, the sharp edges get worn down. The sting of the insult dulls. The towering mountain of the to-do list shrinks back down to a manageable hill. It's a quiet reordering of priorities. While you are paralyzed in the comfort of your sheets, your brain is busy tagging memories, deciding what to keep and what to discard. It's deciding that the awkward pause in the meeting isn't worth long-term storage, so it gets swept into the dustbin. It's highlighting the moment you laughed with a stranger, cementing that into the foundation of your mood. This mending is essential because our emotional resilience is a finite resource. By the time the sun goes down, most of us have run dry. We become brittle. Things that wouldn't bother us at 10 a.m. feel insurmountable at 10 p.m. We snap at our loved ones. We doom scroll because we lack the energy to focus on anything real. We feel a profound sense of weariness that goes bone deep. If we didn't have this nightly intervention, we would simply erode. But then the morning comes. And this is the miracle we rarely stop to appreciate. You open your eyes, and the world hasn't changed. The problems are still there. The difficult conversation still needs to happen. The leak in the roof hasn't fixed itself. But you have changed. The knot in your chest has loosened. The panic that felt like a bird trapped in your rib cage has settled. You look at the problem that seemed like a monster the night before, and you realize it's just a shadow on the wall. This fresh perspective is the weaver's gift. It's the result of that nightly recalibration. It's as if someone came in during the night and organized your desk, sharpened your pencils, and opened a window to let the stale air out. You have been reset. It's a subtle resilience, a quiet strength that doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It's just the simple ability to put your feet on the floor and say, "Okay, let's try this again." There is a gentleness to this processing that we should try to emulate in our waking lives. The weaver doesn't force the issue. In dreams, we often process emotions metaphorically. You might not dream exactly about the argument you had with your partner. Instead, you might dream you are trying to untangle a giant kite string, or that you are rebuilding a crumbling wall. The mind approaches the trauma sideways, glancing at it rather than staring it down, allowing you to work through the feelings without re-traumatizing yourself. It's a compassionate way to heal, and sometimes the mending happens in the spaces between the dreams. It happens in the heavy, velvet silence of the deep delta waves. This is where the body creates the physical energy to cope with the emotional load. It is the restoration of the neurochemicals that allow us to feel joy, patience, and curiosity. When we cut this short, when we starve ourselves of this time, we are trying to run a complex machine on fumes. We become jagged again. We often talk about waking up on the wrong side of the bed. But I think more often than not, sleep saves us from that. Even a fitful sleep offers some level of distance. It puts a bookmark between yesterday and today. It creates a boundary. Without that boundary, life would be one long run-on sentence, exhausting and breathless. Sleep provides the punctuation. It gives us the periods, the commas, and the paragraph breaks that allow the story of our lives to be readable. Think of the times you've gone to bed nursing a heartache or a worry. It feels physical, doesn't it? A weight sitting right on your sternum. You lie there and think, I will never not feel this bad. The weaver hears this challenge and gets to work. It's a slow work. One night might not fix it, but one night takes the edge off. 7 nights softens the blow. A month of nights turns the tragedy into a memory, still visible but no longer bleeding. It's the slow, steady drip of healing. There is a whimsy in this too, if you look for it. The whimsy lies in the fact that we don't have to do anything. We don't have to fill out a form or actively concentrate on healing. We just have to surrender. We have to be willing to close our eyes and trust that the repair crew is on the night shift. We have to trust that while we are off exploring the impossible landscapes of our dreams, our emotional immune system is fighting off the cynicism and the despair that tries to take root during the day. So, when you feel that heaviness tonight, when the rough edges of the world have left you feeling scraped and sore, remember that you are heading into the workshop. You are bringing your tired, fraying self to the one place where mending is guaranteed. You don't need to have the answers right now. You don't need to know how to fix the problem or what to say to make things right. You are allowed to clock out. Let the weaver take the raw materials of your worry. Let the night spin them into something new. It might weave a solution into a dream about a lost key found in a garden. It might just wash the slate clean with a wave of deep, restful nothingness. Either way, the process is in motion. We often undervalue this passive productivity. We live in a world that shouts at us to hustle, to grind, to solve, to push. But the most important maintenance happens when we are completely still. It happens when we are vulnerable, curled up under a duvet, breathing in rhythm with the night. It is the ultimate act of faith in one's own biology and spirit. As you settle in now, let go of the need to understand how the day went. Let go of the urge to critique your performance. That is yesterday's news, and you are already drifting toward tomorrow. Feel the tension draining out of your shoulders, unspooling from your jaw. Imagine those knots in your mind loosening, the loops growing slack and soft. The weaver is already there, assessing the work to be done. Not with judgment, but with care. There is a lot to sort through, sure. There always is. But there is plenty of time. The night is long, and it is yours. Consider the resilience you have felt in the past. Think of all the mornings you have faced when you didn't think you could, and yet you did. That wasn't an accident. That was the gift of the night. That was the mending. It's waiting for you again. The rough edges are about to be smoothed. The questions that seem so loud are about to be quieted. The perspective you are searching for is being prepared for you, ready to be unwrapped with the morning light. But for now, the only task is to let go, to let the darkness do its gentle work, to let the silence stitch the pieces back together. It is a quiet processing, a reordering, a return to the baseline of who you are, capable, whole, and ready to begin again. But not yet. Now, there is only the drift. Now, there is only the mending. And in that mending, as the rough edges of the day are smoothed down by the velvet grit of exhaustion, we find ourselves in a unique position. We are cleared out. We have exhaled the stress, the noise, the to-do lists that stretch out like endless highways. We have acknowledged the silence. But there is one final step before the heavy curtain of sleep truly falls. One final ritual to ensure that the landscape of your dreams is hospitable. It is not enough to simply be empty. Emptiness is peaceful, yes. It is a canvas wiped clean of scribbles and mistakes. But a house that is merely clean can feel cold. It can feel hollow, echoing with a starkness that doesn't quite comfort the soul. We need to put something back in. We need to place a single glowing object on the mantelpiece of the mind to keep watch through the night. We need a spark of warmth. I want you to think back through the blur of the last 16 hours. I know. We just spent all that time letting it go. We just visualized the day dissolving into mist. But I don't want you to bring back the weight of it. I don't want the timeline or the responsibilities. I want you to go on a very specific kind of treasure hunt. I want you to sift through the ashes of the day to find one tiny, glimmering ember that is still hot to the touch. We are looking for a moment of genuine warmth. It doesn't have to be a big thing. In fact, it is almost better if it isn't. We aren't looking for a promotion or a grand declaration of love or a winning lottery ticket. Those things carry too much energy. They get the heart racing. We want the opposite. We want the low, steady hum of connection. We want the thing that made your shoulders drop an inch, even if you didn't realize it at the time. Maybe it was in the morning. Think about the steam rising off your coffee or tea. Can you picture it? The way the sunlight caught the vapor, turning it into a swirling ribbon of gold and gray. There was a moment there, before the rush began, where the cup warmed your palms. That heat, that simple physical transfer of energy from the ceramic to your skin, that counts. That is a spark. Or perhaps it happened in transit. The world is so often rushed and impersonal, folks keeping their heads down, eyes glued to screens. But maybe, just for a second, the rhythm broke. Maybe you saw a dog sticking its head out of a car window, ears flapping in the wind, wearing an expression of pure, unadulterated joy. And maybe you smiled. Not a polite, social smile, but a real one. The kind that happens automatically. You felt a little lift in your chest, a momentary lightness. That's the spark. It could be even smaller. It could be the way a specific song came on the radio, just when you needed to hear it, striking a chord that resonated in your ribcage. It could be the sound of rain against the window pane while you were safe and dry inside, a cozy contrast that made you feel sheltered. It could be a meme sent by a friend, a stupid, silly image that made you let out a short, sharp laugh in the middle of a quiet room. That laugh is precious. That laugh is the sound of the pressure valve releasing. It is a reminder that you are human, that you are capable of joy, that you are tethered to other people who want to make you smile. Take a moment now, scan through the files of the day. Don't judge them. Don't look for the best moment. Just look for a real one. Did you hold a door for someone and they looked you in the eye and said, "Thank you," with a tone that meant they actually saw you? Did you manage to fix something that was broken, giving you that tiny, satisfying click of accomplishment? Did you eat something delicious, savoring a flavor that briefly made the world seem like a rich and bountiful place? Find it. Locate that singular point of light. Got it? Good. Now, I want you to isolate it. Crop out the background. Forget where you were. Forget who was annoying you 5 minutes later. Forget the weather if it was bad. Just keep that one sensation. Imagine holding that moment in your hands. It has a shape. It has a weight. It feels like a smooth river stone that has been baking in the sun all afternoon. Solid, grounding, and radiating a gentle, stored heat. Bring that feeling into the center of your chest. Right there, behind the sternum, where anxiety likes to tie its knots. We are going to replace those knots with this ember. Visualize it settling there. It is not a raging fire. It is not a torch that demands fuel. It is a coal that has settled into the perfect state of combustion. It glows with a deep, rich orange light, pulsing softly with the rhythm of your breathing. Inhale, and the glow brightens just a fraction, feeding on the oxygen. Exhale, and the warmth spreads outward, rippling through your nervous system like a drop of ink in water. This is your anchor for the night. This is the dream weaver's whimsy, the idea that the entire fabric of our sleep can be colored by one small thread of gold we choose to weave in at the very beginning. By holding on to this spark, you're telling your subconscious mind what matters. You are setting the tone. You are saying, yes, the day was hard. Yes, the world is loud. But look at this. Look at this beautiful small thing that happened. This is true too. It changes the chemistry of the night. It pushes back against the cold. When you close your eyes with a gratitude that is specific and tangible, Rather than a vague, obligatory, "I should be thankful," it lands differently. It physically relaxes the muscles around the heart. Feel that warmth radiating now. It travels up into your throat, relaxing the vocal cords, unclenching the jaw. It flows down into your stomach, settling the digestion, calming the butterflies. It moves out into your arms, your fingertips, down through the hips and into the legs, heavy and slow. You are glowing from the inside out, a soft bioluminescent light that belongs only to you. And the beauty of this spark is that it is yours to keep. The moment has passed in time. The dog has pulled its head back into the car. The coffee is drunk. The song has ended. But the asterisk imprint asterisk of it is yours forever. You have harvested the energy from it. You have banked the fire. There is a wonderful safety in this. It means you don't have to generate your own warmth from scratch. You are borrowing it from the goodness that already exists in the world. You are simply acting as a vessel, a keeper of the flame. As you lie here, sinking deeper into the mattress, let that ember be the only thing you focus on. If your mind tries to wander back to the worries of tomorrow, gently guide it back to the warmth. Remind yourself, asterisk, not now. Right now, we are just sitting by the fire. Think about how that moment felt. If it was a laugh, remember the texture of the amusement. If it was a taste, remember the sweetness or the salt. If it was a touch, remember the pressure and the temperature. Let it expand. Let it become the atmosphere of your room. It's fascinating, isn't it? How 1 second of genuine connection can offset hours of neutrality or stress. It's a testament to the power of the good things. They weigh more. They have a density to them that the empty, frantic parts of the day lack. That's why we save them. That's why we bring them into the dark with us. They are the stars we navigate by. And as you drift, hovering in that lovely, indistinct space between waking and sleeping, imagine that this ember is communicating with the dream weaver. It is a signal, a beacon. It says, asterisk, send me dreams that feel like this. Send me dreams that have the comfort of a warm drink. Send me dreams that have the surprise of a shared laugh. Send me dreams that feel like sunlight on a cold cheek. You have done the work. You have cleared the space, and now you have lit the lamp. The house of your mind is no longer cold. It is cozy. It is lived in. It is ready to receive the night. The darkness is not an enemy. It is simply the velvet wrapping around this jewel you found. It protects the spark, cups its hands around the glow to keep it steady. So, hold it close. That tiny, genuine moment, that little victory of being alive. Let it hum within you. Let it be the lullaby that sings you down into the deep. You are warm. You are safe. You are tethered to the good things. Let the ember glow. Let the rest fade. Just the warmth, just the quiet, just the drift. And in that drift, as the current takes you gently away from the shore of the day, we're going to build something. We aren't building it with bricks and mortar, and we aren't checking blueprints. We are building with feeling. We are building with intention. We are going to construct the space where you actually live. Not the house with the street number, not the apartment with the noisy neighbors, but the room inside your mind. The inner sanctuary. You know the feeling of coming home after a long trip. That specific sensation when you drop your bags in the hallway, kick off your shoes, and realize that for the next 12 hours, nobody needs anything from you. The world is on the other side of the door, and you are on this side. We are going to recreate that, but we're going to make it even better. We're going to perfect it. I want you to imagine a space. It doesn't have to look like a room you've ever seen before. In fact, it's probably better if it doesn't. This is your mental real estate, and the market is entirely in your favor. You are the architect, the interior designer, and the only resident. Let's start with the walls. In our daily lives, walls are thin. We hear traffic, we hear sirens, we hear the hum of the refrigerator or the ping of a notification. But here, in this sanctuary, the walls are thick. Imagine them made of something dense and comforting. Maybe they are lined with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with books you've already read and loved. Maybe they are made of heavy, ancient stone that holds the cool of the earth. Or maybe they are made of soft, dark velvet, absorbing every stray sound. Visualize these walls rising up around you. They are not confining, they are protective. They are the barrier between the out there and the in here. As you raise these walls in your mind, notice how the noise of the world gets muffled. It turns down the volume on the chaos. The frantic energy of the day hits the outside of these walls and simply slides off. It cannot penetrate. You are fortifying your peace. Now, let's look at the floor. In the waking world, the ground can be hard. It demands that we keep moving, keep marching. But here, the floor is designed for softness. Imagine the thickest, most luxurious rug you can think of. Maybe it's a deep, mossy green, or a warm, toasted oatmeal color. It's so thick that if you were to step on it, your feet would sink in. It silences your footsteps. In this room, there is no rushing, there is no pacing. There is only a soft, grounded connection. And the light. This is crucial. The world is too bright. It's full of harsh fluorescence, glaring screens, and the demanding sun. Your sanctuary needs to be the antidote to that. We want a low, golden glow here. Imagine the light coming from a fireplace where the logs have burned down to those mesmerizing, pulsing embers we talked about. Or perhaps it's the light of a dozen beeswax candles, the kind that smell like honey and flicker gently, casting long, dancing shadows that hide the corners of the room. There is no overhead lighting here. There is nothing that demands your attention. The shadows are friendly. They wrap around the edges of the room like a warm blanket, making the space feel smaller, cozier, more intimate. This is a place for hiding away. Now look at the door. There is only one way in or out of this sanctuary. It's a heavy door, solid oak maybe with iron hinges. It feels substantial. Go ahead and walk over to it in your mind. Take a hold of the handle. It's cool to the touch. This is the most important part. I want you to mentally push that door shut. Hear the heavy asterisk thud, asterisk as it closes, sealing you in. And then turn the lock, asterisk click, asterisk. That sound is the sound of permission. By turning that lock, you have officially told the universe that you are off the clock. The emails can pile up. The dishes can sit in the sink. The worries about tomorrow's schedule can pace back and forth in the hallway outside, but they cannot come in. They do not have the key. You have secured the perimeter. You are safe inside. Take a look around your sanctuary. What else is here? What brings you that deep, bone-settling comfort? Maybe there is a window. But this isn't a window that looks out onto a busy street. This window looks out onto your favorite kind of weather. Maybe it's a dark, stormy night over a churning ocean, and you can see the rain lashing against the glass, but you are perfectly dry and warm. There is something so satisfying about watching a storm when you are safe inside. It emphasizes your comfort. It makes the warmth feel warmer. Or maybe your window looks out onto a silent, snow-covered forest where the pine branches are heavy with white powder and the moonlight turns everything silver. The world out there is frozen and still, but in here, it is a haven. Now, let's find your place to rest within this room. In the center of this sanctuary, there is a piece of furniture made just for you. It might be a massive armchair, upholstered in worn leather that smells like history and comfort. Or maybe it's a bed, vast and piled high with duvets that feel like clouds. It could even be a nest of pillows on the floor. Approach it. This is your throne of rest. As you sit or lie down in this mental space, feel the furniture accept your weight. It doesn't push back. It yields. It contours to the shape of your spine, your shoulders, your legs. It holds you. Notice the temperature in this room. It is that perfect, impossible balance. It's cool enough that you want to pull a blanket up to your chin, but warm enough that your nose and cheeks feel rosy. The air is still. It's not stale, it's fresh, like the air after a rainstorm, but it doesn't move. There are no drafts, just stillness. Breathe it in. Does the room have a scent? Maybe it smells like old paper and vanilla. Maybe it smells like cedar wood or dried lavender. Whatever the scent is, it triggers that reflex in your brain that says, asterisk, sleep is coming. This is your retreat. And the beautiful thing is, you don't have to pay rent on it. You don't have to clean it. You don't have to invite anyone else inside. It is exclusively yours. I want you to take a moment to really inhabit this space. Look at the details you've created. Run your hand over the arm of the chair. Feel the texture of the blanket. Watch the flicker of the candle light on the walls. Sometimes, even when we build this room, intruding thoughts try to pick the lock. They try to slide a note under the door, a reminder of something you forgot to do, a regret from 5 years ago, a worry about next week. If that happens, don't get up. Don't go to the door. You don't have to engage with them. Imagine those thoughts are just leaves blowing against the window pane. They might tap against the glass for a second, but they can't get in. They are outside elements. You are inside. You can observe them with a detached curiosity and then watch them blow away into the dark. You are insulated. Feel the heaviness of the walls protecting you. Feel the floor grounding you. Feel the roof over your head, sheltering you from the vast open sky. You are contained. There is a profound relief in being small and tucked away. We spend so much of our lives trying to be big, taking up space, making our voices heard, expanding our influence. But sleep requires the opposite. Sleep asks us to be small. It asks us to retreat into a burrow. This sanctuary is your burrow. Here, you don't have a name. You don't have a job title. You aren't a parent, a partner, a boss, or an employee. You are just a breathing consciousness. You are just a heartbeat in a quiet room. You can take off the costume of your identity and hang it by the door. You don't need it right now. It will be there in the morning if you want it back. But for now, you are free of it. Let yourself sink deeper into the cushions of your sanctuary. Feel the tension draining out of your muscles, dripping down like melting wax. Start at the top of your head. Let your scalp loosen. Let your forehead smooth out. There is no one here to frown at. There is no one here to impress. Let your jaw unhinge slightly. Let your tongue fall away from the roof of your mouth. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. They have been carrying the sky all day. Let them put it down. The floor can carry the weight now. The chair can carry the weight. You don't have to hold yourself up. This space was built for this exact moment. It was built to catch you. Listen to the silence in your room. It's not an empty silence. It's a full silence. It's a velvety, rich silence that wraps around you. It hums with peace. If you listen closely, maybe you can hear the faint crackle of that imaginary fire, or the steady rhythm of your own breath, which is slowing down now. Asterisk in and out, in and out. Each breath adds another layer of comfort to the room. Each exhale makes the lights dim just a little bit more. The shadows grow longer, softer. The edges of the room begin to blur. You are safe here. You are hidden. The world cannot find you, and you do not need to be found. Consider the feeling of a heavy knitted blanket being pulled up over you. It has a weight to it, a reassuring pressure. It tucks in around your feet, under your sides. It swaddles you. This is the feeling of the sanctuary closing in the best possible way. It is hugging you. There is nothing left to do. The construction is finished. The door is locked. The fire is lit. The storm is outside. You are inside. You can let go of the visualization now if you want. You don't have to work to keep the walls up. They will stay up on their own. You don't have to focus on the details of the rug or the window. You can just be asterisk in the feeling of it. Float in the center of this safety. It's a place where time moves differently. In the outside world, time ticks and talks and demands. Here, time pools. It stretches. A minute feels like an hour of relaxation. An hour feels like a lifetime of peace. You have all the time you need. Let the feeling of the room seep into your bones. Let the safety become part of your cellular structure. You aren't just in a safe place. You are a safe place. And as the image of the room gently fades into the dark behind your eyelids, the feeling remains. The warmth remains. The quiet remains. You are cocooned. You are sheltered. You are ready to go deeper. The sanctuary is waiting for you whenever you need it. It's always there, just behind the noise, just behind the chaos. But for now, you're right in the center of it, soft, still, secure. Let the darkness of the room embrace you completely. Let it be a soft hand over your eyes. Let it be the lullaby. Rest now, the door is locked, you are safe. And now that the body has settled, now that the breath has found its rhythm, we turn our attention to the one place that often refuses to check the clock. The mind, that busy, brilliant, tireless engine that has carried you through the day. It's done such good work today. It has solved problems, navigated traffic, held conversations, and remembered a dozen tiny details that kept your world spinning. But now, it's trying to work overtime. You know the feeling. It's that little tug at the back of your consciousness. The reel that starts to play just as your eyes close. It's the what-ifs. The what-ifs are fascinating, aren't they? They are the ghost stories we tell ourselves in the quiet. What if I had said that one thing differently? What if I made the wrong choice 3 years ago? What if tomorrow doesn't go exactly according to the plan I've meticulously laid out in my head? Let's look at those questions for a moment. Not with fear and not with the intent to answer them, but just to acknowledge them. They are there. They are hovering like little moths around a porch light. But notice how they don't actually change anything in this room. They don't change the warmth of the blanket. They don't change the softness of the pillow. They're just thoughts, vapor, smoke. I want you to imagine taking those what-ifs, that whole bundle of hypothetical scenarios, and visualizing them as something tangible but small. Maybe they are a stack of papers. Maybe they are a collection of stones. They feel heavy when you carry them all at once, don't they? But right now, you don't have to carry them. Imagine there is a shelf just outside the door of this room. It's a sturdy shelf, high up, safe and secure. I want you to mentally walk over to that door, open it just a crack, and place that stack of what-ifs on the shelf. You aren't throwing them away. You aren't being irresponsible. You are simply saying, I do not need to hold this right now. They will be there in the morning if you really want them back. But I have a feeling that by the time the sun comes up, they will look much smaller, much lighter, and perhaps not worth picking up at all. Then there are the should-haves. These are stickier. These are the little pangs of guilt that try to prick us right before we drift off. Asterisk. I should have called my mother. I should have gone for that run. I should have finished that report. I should have been more patient. We are so hard on ourselves, aren't we? Especially in the dark. The night has a way of magnifying our perceived shortcomings. It takes a small missed task and casts a long, distorted shadow against the wall until it looks like a failure of character. But let's be real for a second. You are human. You are finite. You have a limited amount of energy in any given day, and you spent it. You did the best you could with the resources you had at 10 a.m. and at 2 p.m. and at 6 p.m. Those should-haves belong to a version of you that doesn't exist right now. The you that is lying in this bed is not the you that needs to be productive. This version of you has only one job: to rest, to recharge, to exist simply as a breathing, beating heart. So take those should-haves, gather them up. They might feel sharp or prickly like dry leaves. Bundle them together, and gently, with kindness, not with anger, but with forgiveness, place them on that shelf outside the door, right next to the what-ifs. Tell them, not now. Tell them, I am off the clock. Feel the space that opens up in your chest when you do that. There is a physical lightness that comes with mental permission. You are giving yourself permission to be unfinished. You are allowing the day to be incomplete. And that is perfectly okay. Most days are incomplete. Life is a series of unfinished sentences, and we just pick up the pen again the next morning. You don't have to finish the chapter tonight. You don't even have to finish the paragraph. You can just stop in the middle of and rest. Now, let's address the lingering worries. The specific ones. The appointment next week. The noise the car is making. The awkward silence in a conversation that happened 3 days ago. These thoughts act like they are emergencies. They scream for your attention, pretending that if you think about them hard enough right now, at this hour, you will somehow solve them. But we know the truth. You know the truth. Nothing gets solved at this hour. The late-night mind is not a problem solver. It is a problem creator. It lacks perspective. It lacks the clarity of daylight. Trying to fix your life while you are trying to fall asleep is like trying to untangle a necklace while wearing oven mitts. It just makes it tighter. So, let's make a deal with those worries. Let's assure them that they will be addressed. We aren't ignoring them. We are scheduling them. Imagine a box. It can be any kind of box you like. Maybe it's made of polished cedar, smelling of the forest. Maybe it's a simple shoebox. Maybe it's a velvet-lined jewelry box. This is your tomorrow box. Take that worry about the car. Put it in. Take the worry about the finances. Put it in. Take the worry about the future. Fold it up small and tuck it in the corner. Close the lid. Hear the latch click. It's a satisfying sound. Asterisk click. Asterisk. That box is sealed for the night. Those problems are now contained. They are not floating around your head anymore. They are in the box. And do you know who is going to open that box? The morning you, The morning you is much better equipped to handle this. The morning you has had coffee. The morning you has sunlight. The morning you is rested and sharp and capable. Trust the morning you to handle the contents of that box. The night you, the sleepy, soft, heavy-lidded you, is not qualified for that work. Your shift is over. You have punched out. Let the relief of that wash over you. It is not your job to hold the world together while you sleep. The world is very good at spinning on its own. Gravity will keep holding everything down. The sun is already on its way, inching across the globe to relieve the moon. The birds are sleeping, the trees are standing guard, the streets are quieting down. Everything is working exactly as it should, without your supervision. You can let go of the controls. You can take your hands off the wheel. If a thought tries to sneak back in, because they are tricky and they like to sneak, just gently acknowledge it. Don't fight it. Don't get angry at your brain for thinking. That's just what brains do. It's like a puppy bringing you a stick. Just look at the thought and say, "Oh, I see you. But we put that in the box, remember?" And gently guide it away. Visualize a broom sweeping softly across a dusty floor. A slow, rhythmic sweep. Sweep away the chatter. Sweep away the planning. Sweep away the analyzing. Left with nothing but the clean, smooth floor of the present moment. What is happening right now? Only the feeling of the sheets. Only the sound of my voice. Only the rise and fall of your chest. This is the only reality that matters. The past is a memory. The future is an imagination. The only thing that is real is this breath. And now this one. You are decluttering your soul. You are creating a sanctuary inside your mind where the noise cannot reach. It's like stepping into a soundproof room. The chaos is muffled. The demands are silenced. The urgency fades away into a dull hum, and then into nothing at all. There is an immense power in the word enough. You have done enough. You have thought enough. You're enough. Let that word settle into your bones. Asterisk enough. Asterisk, feel the tension draining out of your temples. We often hold so much worry right there, in the small muscles around the eyes and the forehead. Smooth it out. Imagine a cool hand brushing across your forehead, wiping away the furrowed lines of deep thought. Let the jaw unhinge slightly. We clench our teeth when we are trying to hold on to control. Let go of the control, and the jaw softens. The tongue falls away from the roof of the mouth. The neck lengthens. You are drifting away from the shore of doing and floating out into the ocean of being. The shore is where the tasks are. The shore is where the should-haves live. But out here, in the deep water, the water is calm. The waves are gentle, rocking you. The horizon is blurry and soft. You don't need to swim, you just need to float. The water will hold you. Every unfinished thing will wait. That is the beauty of the morning. It is the land of second chances. It is the fresh page. But to write on that fresh page, you need to close the book on today. You cannot read the same page over and over again and expect the story to change. Close the book. Put it on the nightstand. Turn off the lamp. It is dark. It is quiet. It is peaceful. You are free from the tyranny of the urgent. There is no email that cannot wait 8 hours. There is no text message that requires an answer in your dreams. You have permission to be unavailable to the world so that you can be available to yourself. Tuck those worries in tight. Pull the blanket of the night up over them. They can sleep too. Even your anxiety needs a nap. Even your ambition needs a rest. Everything in nature pauses. The flowers close their petals. The wind dies down. Why should you be any different? You are part of that natural rhythm. You are not a machine. You are a garden. And a garden does not bloom all year round. It rests. It goes dormant. It gathers strength in the dark soil so it can burst forth when the time is right. This is your time to go dormant. This is your time to gather strength. So, let the last few stray thoughts drift by like clouds in a night sky. Don't hook onto them, just watch them pass. Asterisk, there goes the grocery list. Asterisk, there goes the awkward moment. Asterisk, there goes the deadline. Watching them float by, getting smaller and smaller until they disappear over the horizon. And now the sky is clear, an infinite velvety expanse of quiet. Just you and the stars. Just you and the dark. You have successfully put the day to bed. You have tidied up the house of your mind. The floors are swept. The doors are locked. The lights are out. It is time to go upstairs. It is time to sink into the deep, plush velvet of sleep. Everything is in its place. Everything is on the shelf. Everything is in the box. You are empty of worry and ready to be filled with rest. Empty, light, free. Letting go of the last little thread. Letting go. Letting go. And now, in this quiet space you have created, in this gentle void where the heavy things have been set down and the worries have been packed away, there is only you. There is only the soft, supportive embrace of the bed beneath you and the air around you, We turn our attention now to the most constant friend you have ever known. The simple, silent rhythm that has been with you since the very beginning and will stay with you through the night. Your breath, it is effortless. You don't need to tell your body how to do it. You don't need to send a command to your lungs or remind your ribs to expand. It happens on its own, a gift of pure biology and grace. It is the autopilot of life, steering you gently even when you aren't paying attention. But right now, we are going to pay attention. We are going to watch it, not like a hawk watching prey, but like a child watching a leaf float down a slow-moving stream. With curiosity, with softness, notice the air as it enters. It might feel cool against the tip of your nose or the back of your throat. It is fresh, new energy, quietly slipping into the body, filling the spaces that need filling. And then, notice the turnaround. That tiny, almost imperceptible moment where the inhale stops, hangs suspended for a heartbeat, and transforms into the exhale. The air leaves warmer than it entered. It carries away a little bit of tension, a little bit of heat, a little bit of the day that you no longer need. In and out, rising and falling. There is a tremendous comfort in knowing that this rhythm is anchored deep within you. It is your personal tide. If you think about the ocean, you know that the waves do not rush. The great, vast sea does not hurry. It simply moves. It swells and it recedes, obeying the pull of the moon, obeying the nature of water. Your breath is the water of your inner world. Imagine, if you will, a shoreline. It is dusk, that magic hour, where the sky is painted in hues of lavender, soft indigo, and fading peach. The sun has already dipped below the horizon, leaving only a glow that softens the edges of the world. The sand is cool, smooth, and stretching out in either direction as far as you can see. You are safe here. You are completely alone in the most comforting way, wrapped in the solitude of the seaside at twilight. Watch the water. A gentle wave gathers further out. It is not a crashing wave, not a storm wave. It is a lullaby wave. It rolls toward the sand, curling slightly, a ribbon of white foam riding its crest. This is your inhale. It moves up the beach, smoothing over the sand, reaching its highest point. The water pauses there, bubbling softly, sinking into the earth. And then the exhale. The water slides back. It retreats toward the horizon, pulling the little pebbles and shells with it, making that hushing sound. Asterisk, shh, asterisk. The sound of the earth settling down, the sound of the ocean breathing. Let your own breathing sync with this image. When you breathe in, see the water gliding up the shore, cool and cleansing. When you breathe out, see the water slipping back into the deep, dark blue of the sea, taking your tiredness with it. In comes the wave, gentle and steady. Out goes the wave, slow and releasing. There is no need to force the waves to be bigger. There is no need to push the water. The ocean knows exactly what to do. And so does your body. If your breath is shallow, let it be shallow. If it is deep, let it be deep. Just watch the tide. As you focus on this ebb and flow, you might notice that the rhythm begins to slow down naturally. The waves are becoming longer. The pauses between them are stretching out just a little bit. It is the natural deceleration of the evening. Everything in nature slows down when the light fades. The birds quiet their songs. The flowers fold their petals. The wind dies down to a whisper, and your breath, too, begins to lengthen, smoothing out the rough edges of the day. Feel the sensation of the breath moving the body. It is a gentle, rocking motion, like a boat tethered safely in a harbor, bobbing ever so slightly on the surface of the water. Your chest rises, the boat lifts. Your chest falls, the boat lowers. You are the boat, and you are the harbor, and you are the water. Focus on the rib cage now. With every inhale, there is an expansion. Not a stretching, but an opening. A making of room. It's like opening the windows in a stuffy house to let the evening breeze flow through. The ribs drift apart gently, creating space for peace to enter. And on the exhale, everything softens. The shoulders drop away from the ears. The heavy muscles of the back release their grip on the spine. The belly softens. It is amazing how much we hold on to without realizing it. We hold our breath when we are concentrating. We tighten our stomachs when we are bracing for something. But here, in the velvet dark, there is nothing to brace for. There is only the plush softness of the bed and the rhythmic predictability of the tide. Let's follow the breath deeper now. Imagine the air traveling down, past the chest, deep into the belly. When the wave comes in, the belly rises like a soft balloon. When the wave goes out, the belly sinks toward the mattress. This is the breath of deep sleep. This is the breath of a sleeping child, uninhibited, full, trusting. When we breathe like this, we are telling our nervous system that the war is over. The chase is done. We are sending a signal through the vagus nerve, a telegram to every cell in the body that reads, asterisk, safety, safety, rest. Listen to the sound of your own breathing. It might be very quiet, just a soft whisper of air. It is the soundtrack of your existence. It is a white noise machine that you carry with you everywhere. If your mind starts to wander, if thoughts of tomorrow try to sneak in like uninvited guests, just gently guide your attention back to the sound, back to the shore, back to the wave. Oh, look, you can say to yourself, another wave is coming in. And watch it rise, watch it fall. The thoughts can sit on the sand if they want, but you are in the water. You are in the rhythm. Let's see if we can slow it down even more. Just a fraction. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4, and hold. Just for a moment of stillness, and breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The exhale is the letting go. The exhale is the release valve. Make the exhale longer than the inhale. Pour the air out slowly, like pouring water from a pitcher. Empty the lungs completely, squeezing out every last drop of stale air, making room for the fresh, new oxygen that is waiting for you. And in the space at the bottom of the exhale, before the next breath begins, there is a profound silence. It is a tiny void of perfect peace, a micro nap. Hover there for a second, feel the stillness, and then let the body inhale on its own. It will snap back like a gentle elastic band, effortless and easy. You are drifting now. The anchor is holding. The rope is slack. The boat is rocking. Imagine that wave again. The color of the water is darker now, a deep midnight blue, reflecting the first few stars that have appeared in your mind's sky. The foam is silver in the starlight. The rhythm is hypnotic. In, washing over the sand. Out, returning to the source. It is a circle. There is no beginning and no end to it. It is just a continuous loop of renewal. You don't have to worry about running out of breath. The air is abundant. The atmosphere is vast. There is always enough. You can take what you need. You can take as much time as you need to take it. Feel the heaviness settling into your limbs as you breathe. With every exhale, your legs get heavier. Your arms get heavier. It feels good to be heavy. It feels good to surrender to gravity. Gravity is holding you to the earth so you don't float away, and the breath is keeping you tethered to the present moment. You are not in the past. The past is a wave that has already broken and receded. You are not in the future. The future is a wave that hasn't formed yet. You are right here in the glorious, simple asterisk, now asterisk of this single breath. And now this one. And now this one. That is all life is, really. A series of breaths, a string of pearls, one after the other. And tonight, you don't have to count them. You don't have to polish them. You just have to let them happen. Allow the breath to massage your heart. With every expansion of the lungs, the heart is cradled and hugged. It is a rhythmic massage from the inside out. Your heart has worked hard today. It has beaten thousands of times without you asking. Now you reward it with this slow, oxygen-rich cadence. You are rocking your own heart to sleep. The shore is dark now. The horizon has disappeared, blending the sea and the sky into one vast canvas of peaceful darkness. All you can hear is the rhythm. Asterisk, whoosh, hush, whoosh, hush. It is the sound of the womb. It is the sound of the wind in the trees. It is the sound of the universe humming. You might feel a tingling sensation in your fingers or toes. A gentle warmth. That is the energy flowing freely, unblocked by tension, carried on the waves of your breath. Let that warmth spread. Let it move up your legs, up your spine, relaxing every knot, smoothing out every tangle. If you find a place in your body that feels tight, maybe the jaw, maybe the space between the eyebrows, send the breath there. Imagine the inhale traveling directly to that tight spot, surrounding it like a warm cloud. And on the exhale, imagine the cloud carrying the tension away, dissolving it into the air. Breathe into the jaw. Let it hang loose. Breathe into the forehead. Let it be smooth like a calm lake. Breathe into the eyes. Let them sink back into their sockets, turning off the visual world, turning inward to the velvet darkness. You are doing this perfectly. There is no wrong way to breathe when you are resting. Your body knows the way. It has a wisdom that is millions of years old. Trust it. Lean into it. The waves are barely moving now. They are just gentle lapping against the sand. Tiny ripples of relaxation. The tide is high. You are full. You are safe. The rhythm is a cradle. The breath is the blanket. The night is the mother watching over you. You are simply breathing. Nothing more, nothing less. A human being human. Existing in the quiet. Resting in the flow. Let the focus become softer now. You don't even need to watch the waves anymore. You are asterisk the water. You are drifting in the deep ocean, suspended, weightless, moving slowly with the currents. There is no shore to reach. There is no destination. There is only the floating. Floating on the inhale, sinking on the exhale. Deeper, slower, steadier. The anchor is deep in the sand. You are not going anywhere. You are exactly where you are meant to be. In the sanctuary of the breath, in the temple of the body, in the quietude of the night. Just this breath, and the next, and the next. And as that rhythm takes hold, As the chest rises and falls without any effort from you, we can begin to loosen the grip on the concept of doing. There is nothing left to do. There is only the soft, velvet, heavy curtain of the night drawn closed to keep the world out and to keep your peace in. Stay in this stillness. Let the feeling of the anchor shift slightly. It is no longer holding you in place against a current. Instead, it is a grounding weight that allows you to sink. Imagine yourself sinking into the mattress, not just lying on top of it, but being held by it. The bed rises up to meet you, cradling the curve of your spine, supporting the weight of your shoulders, catching the heaviness of your legs. This is the time for the gentle blessing. A wish sent out into the quiet dark of your room, meant to settle over you like a second blanket, weightless but warm. My wish for you tonight is simple, yet it is everything. I wish for you a sleep that is unbroken, a sleep that is not a pause, but a destination. I hope that tonight, the boundaries between the awake world and the sleeping world dissolve seamlessly, that you don't even notice the moment you drift across the threshold. I hope it feels like a small boat pushing off from a dock, the water smooth as glass, drifting out into a lake of pure tranquility, where the fog is kind and the silence is a song. I wish for your body to find the restoration it so quietly craves. We ask so much of these bodies. We ask them to carry us through busy streets, to sit in chairs that aren't quite comfortable, to hold tension in our jaws when we are listening, to rush, to lift, to stand. Tonight, I wish for every muscle fiber to unspool. I wish for the tiny knots of tension in your neck to simply melt away, like ice in warm water. I wish for your hands, which do so much work, to fall open, fingers loose and soft, holding on to nothing. Let the restoration go deep into the marrow, into the cells. Let the sleep you find tonight be the kind that repairs the invisible wear and tear of being human. It is a time for the heart to beat a little slower, for the breath to become a whisper, for the mind to finally put down its heavy luggage. And as you sink deeper, let's invite the dream weaver's whimsy. I don't mean the chaotic dreams of stress or the loud dreams of adventure. I am wishing for you the quiet dreams, the dreams that feel like memories of places you've never been, but where you feel completely at home. Maybe you will dream of a garden you've never seen, where the sunlight is that perfect late afternoon gold, the kind that makes everything look like a painting. In this dream, the air smells of lilac and old stone, and you're walking barefoot on cool, soft grass. There is no destination in this dream. You are just walking, and the walking feels like flying. Or perhaps the dream weaver will bring you to a room filled with books, a library with a ceiling of glass where you can see the stars. A place where it is warm and smells of paper and vanilla, and you have all the time in the world. In this dream, there are no clocks. Time is not a line, but a warm pool you are floating in. I wish for dreams that bring you comfort. Sometimes that means seeing a face you haven't seen in a long time, smiling at you from across a room. Not a sad vision, but a joyful one. A reminder that love is a tether that stretches across any distance, even the distance of sleep. I hope you hear laughter in your dreams tonight, the sound of your own laughter, free and unburdened. And if the dream weaver decides that tonight is a night for darkness, let it be the darkness of a velvet embrace. Let it be a dreamless sleep, a profound void where you simply exist in a state of suspended animation, safe and sound. A blank page, a fresh fall of snow before any footprints have marred the surface. Sometimes, that is the greatest gift of all, to simply turn off. To be a stone at the bottom of a river, letting the water rush over you, untouched and unmoved. Feel the room around you now. Even with your eyes closed, you know it is there. The walls that shelter you, the roof that keeps the sky at bay. You are in a fortress of your own making. It is a safe place. The doors are locked. The windows are closed. The world outside is carrying on with its own rhythm, but you have stepped out of the parade. You are no longer marching. You are resting by the side of the road, watching the stars wheel overhead. Let's send a thought to the concept of tomorrow. It's sitting there, waiting for you, but it is very far away. It is on the other side of a high mountain range. You cannot see it, you cannot touch it, and because you cannot touch it, you do not need to carry it. Put tomorrow down, place it on the nightstand, or leave it in the hallway. It will be there when you wake up, and you will be better equipped to pick it up then. But for now, for this sacred span of hours, you are free. You have no obligations, no emails to answer, no questions to resolve. You have only this: the warmth of the sheets, the softness of the pillow, the gentle intake of air. I wish for you a quieting of the inner voice. We all have that narrator, the one who likes to list our worries and replay our conversations. Tonight, let's imagine taking that narrator by the hand and leading them to a comfortable chair in the corner of your mind. Hand them a warm cup of tea. Tell them, "Thank you for trying to help, but we are off duty now." Watch them settle down. Watch their eyes close. The commentary slows. The sentences become fragments. The fragments become silence. Silence is not empty. It is full of peace. It is the canvas upon which rest is painted. Sink further now. Imagine your body is becoming heavy, pleasantly heavy, like a stone sinking through honey. Slow, sweet, golden. The heaviness starts in your toes, anchoring you to the foot of the bed. It travels up through your ankles, your calves, your knees. It moves like a slow tide, washing away the restlessness into your hips, your stomach, your chest. Your shoulders drop another inch. Your arms are leaden, comfortably pinned to the mattress. Your head is a heavy weight, sinking deeper into the plush support of the pillow. You are safe. You are warm. You are loved. I wish for you the small joys of sleep, the feeling of turning over and finding the cool spot on the sheet, the comfort of pulling the duvet up to your chin, the rhythmic sound of your own breathing, sounding like ocean waves on a distant shore. These small things are the bricks that build the house of deep rest. Think of the night sky above your home. Think of the moon hanging there, glowing with its borrowed light. It watches over the world while the sun rests. It watches over you. Think of the millions of other people sleeping right now, a vast, silent community of dreamers. You are part of that collective breath. You are not alone in the dark. You are part of the great, rhythmic breathing of the planet. Let the dream weaver take the threads of your day, the bright colors of joy, the gray threads of worry, the blue threads of fatigue, and let them weave them into a tapestry of rest. Let the weaver soften the edges. Let the weaver turn the noise into a lullaby. If a thought drifts in, treat it like a cloud passing across the moon. Do not try to stop it. Do not try to hold it. Just watch it obscure the light for a moment, and then watch it drift away, leaving the light clear and calm once again. There is plenty of sky for the clouds. Let them pass. You are drifting now. The shore is far behind you. The anchor is deep, but the rope is long and slack. You are floating in the center of the lake. The water is warm. The stars are reflected on the surface, so you are floating between two skies. One above, one below, suspended in starlight, deep, restorative rest. It is coming for you. It is already here. It is wrapping around your ankles, pulling you gently down. Not down into darkness, but down into comfort. Down into the place where the batteries recharge. Down into the place where healing happens. I wish for you to wake up tomorrow feeling light, to open your eyes and feel that the weight has been lifted, to stretch your limbs and feel that they are new. But that is for later. That is for the morning. And the morning is a lifetime away. Right now, there is only the velvet night. Right now, there is only the sensation of letting go. Let go of the jaw. Let go of the tongue. Let go of the space between the eyebrows. Let go of the hands. Drift, float, sink. The dream weaver is here, and the loom is ready. The threads are soft. The pattern is peace. Sleep is a landscape, and you are exploring its valleys. They are lush and green and silent. There is no wind here. The leaves on the trees do not move. Everything is still. Everything is waiting for you to simply be. Take this blessing with you into the dark. Tuck it into your pocket. A wish for quiet. A wish for peace. A wish for a restoration so complete that you awake feeling like you have been washed clean by a gentle rain. You are exactly where you need to be. There is nowhere else to go. There is nothing else to do. The day is done. The book is closed. The light is out. Good night to the worries. Good night to the plans. Good night to the lists. Good night to the noise. Hello to the quiet. Hello to the soft. Hello to the deep. May your sleep be deep. May your rest be true. May your dreams be kind. And so we drift, deeper and deeper, just breathing, just being, just sleeping. Rest now. The night is yours. And in that possession, there is no responsibility. When we say the night is yours, we don't mean it's another task to manage or another project to complete. We mean it is yours to inhabit, loosely and without effort. It is a gift of ours where nothing is expected of you, where the very air around you seems to grant permission to simply stop. Feel the gravity of that permission. It's a physical weight, isn't it? But not a heavy one. Not like the burdens you carry when the sun is up. This weight is comforting. It's the sensation of a heavy wool blanket or a warm hand resting gently on your shoulder. It presses you down into the mattress, anchoring you to this safe little island you've built for yourself. Let's stay right here for a while. There is no rush to leave this moment. In fact, rushing is the one thing we are leaving behind. The world of speed, of deadlines, of checking the time. That world has spun away. It's on the other side of the door, on the other side of the window. In here, time doesn't tick, it flows. It pools in the corners of the room like honey, slow and golden and sweet. Notice the texture of the space around you. Even with your eyes closed, you can feel it. There's a softness to the air tonight. It's the kind of atmosphere that wraps around you, filling in the gaps between the sheets and your skin. Maybe there's a coolness against your cheek from the pillowcase, that crisp, clean feeling that always feels like a fresh start. Lean into that. Let your head sink a fraction of an inch deeper. Let the pillow rise up to meet you, cradling the heavy thoughts, absorbing the static of the day until all that's left is a dull, comfortable hum. You might notice the tiny sounds of the night, but don't let them startle you. Let them be part of the lullaby. The settling of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen far away, the whisper of wind against the glass. These aren't interruptions. They are the heartbeat of the house. They are the signals that the structure around you is standing guard, holding the roof up, keeping the walls strong, so you don't have to worry about a single thing. The house is doing the work. The bed is doing the work. You are simply the passenger. I want you to imagine that your thoughts are like leaves floating on a very slow-moving stream. For the last hour, we've been watching them drift by. Some were brightly colored, demanding attention. Some were crumpled and old. But now, the stream is widening. The current is slowing down. The leaves are drifting further and further apart until there is mostly just clear, cool water reflecting the moonlight. There is a profound relief in realizing you don't have to finish the thought you were just having. You can let it trail off mid-sentence. You can let the logic dissolve. That's the Dreamweaver's favorite trick, taking the rigid lines of our reality and blurring them into watercolors. It's okay if things stop making sense now. In fact, it's better. If a random image pops into your mind, a blue horse, a flying teacup, a staircase leading to a cloud, don't question it. Just nod at it. Welcome it. That is the sign that the gate is opening. That is the whimsy taking over. Let your breathing shift to match this new, nonsensical rhythm. You don't have to control the breath anymore. Your body knows exactly what to do. It has done this thousands of nights before. It knows how to slow the heart, how to relax the diaphragm, how to pull the oxygen deep into the parts of you that are tired. Trust that ancient intelligence. You are a biological marvel, designed to rest, designed to recover. You don't need to steer the ship. The autopilot is engaged, and it is perfectly calibrated for peace. Feel the relaxation moving through you like a warm tide. It starts at the toes, uncurling them, washing away the tension of standing and walking. It moves up through the ankles, the calves, softening the muscles, telling them their watch is ended. It flows over the knees, through the thighs, heavy and warm. Let your hips sink. Let your lower back release its grip. We hold so much there, don't we? So much bracing against the world. Let it go. Let the mattress support the curve of your spine. Feel your stomach rise and fall, soft and unguarded. There is no need to hold it in, no need to present a shape to the world. You are just a creature in its nest, soft and breathing. The tide rises to your chest, loosening the space around your heart. It washes over your shoulders. Drop them down, away from your ears. Let them fall toward the bed. Let them feel heavy, as if they are made of lead, sinking, sinking. Down through the arms, past the elbows, right to the fingertips. Your hands are open, fingers slightly curled, empty of tasks. They aren't holding a phone or a steering wheel or a pen. They are holding nothing but the quiet. And finally, the neck, the jaw. Unclench. Let the tongue rest gently on the floor of your mouth. Smooth out the space between your eyebrows. That little furrow of concentration. We don't need it where we are going. Let the forehead be smooth and wide, a blank canvas for the night to paint on. You are entirely loose now, entirely present in the dark, a collection of sensations drifting in the safety of your room. The darkness behind your eyelids is not empty. It is a velvet curtain. It is rich and deep and endlessly comfortable. It invites you to lean back. Imagine you are leaning back into a pool of water, trusting it to catch you. You tip your head back, lift your feet, and you float. The water is the exact temperature of your skin. You can't tell where you end and the water begins. You are just suspended, weightless. This is the drift. This is the sweet spot between the waking world and the sleeping world. It is a hazy twilight place where everything is soft edges and muted tones. If you find a thought trying to climb back in, treat it like a cloud passing in front of the moon. Watch it obscure the light for a moment, and then watch it pass. Don't grab it, don't analyze it, just watch it go. There goes a thought. You can say to yourself, goodbye, and return to the floating, return to the water. It is so quiet here. A silence that isn't lonely but full. It's the silence of a library after closing, or a forest in the snow. It wraps you up. It protects you. You might feel yourself slipping now. That little jolt, or a feeling of falling, that's just the dream weaver cutting the last thread that ties you to the day. It's a good sign. It means you are crossing over. Don't fight the fall. The fall is gentle. It's like a leaf falling from a branch, swaying back and forth, taking its time to reach the soft grass below. Down and down, slower and slower. Everything is becoming distant. My voice is just a ripple in the water now. The room is just a concept. The only reality is this comfort, this deep, abiding rest that has been waiting for you all day long. It is yours to take. Drink it in. Let it saturate your bones. There is nothing left to say. There is nothing left to do. The list is gone. The noise is gone. There is only this: the warmth, the dark, the peace. You are safe. You are loved. You are ready. Let the current take you. Let the whimsy guide you. Drift away from the shore. The boat is untied. The anchor is up. The horizon is waiting, full of stars and silence. Sleep is a friend who has arrived to walk you home. Take their hand. Go gently. Go softly. Good night. Good night. Good night.